you know, under that, we have been struggling with the production of engagement stakeholder plan, which we will be presented later in the day, as well as the monitoring report that will be also presented. So without wasting time, I would like us to take a round of introduction. And after that round of introduction, we will get an opening prayer. And then we will roll on to the program. I would like to request that we take an anti-clockwise direction in terms of introducing ourselves by mention of the organization we work for and where we come from. And I start with my immediate neighbor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm James Okwera from Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department. Work as a climate change officer and mitigation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm George Havasa, UWA as the organization and based in Queen Elizabeth National Park as ecological and monitoring and research officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atuchirize Tezira, a forest ranger, Barrow District Local Government.
Thank you so much. My name is Busuk Robert. I work with the National Forest Authority, taking charge of Mavira as a sector manager. Thank
you. Good to see you all. My name is Manda David. I work for Mazobishige Empowerment Foundation Limited. I am here representing the frontline communities. I come from Queen District. We are the historical and indigenous inhabitants of Mount Elgon Forest, the Bennets. We've been called as Mazobishig in the previous census, and good to be here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Namirembe Gloria, Forest Officer, Minister of Water and Environment, and do support the activities in the Western region.
Good morning, Ugandans. I'm Tumsime Andrew. I'm here to represent Sam Muchunguzi, Citizen Council in Africa. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm called Albert Trijuche. I'm here as a consultant.
Good morning, all. Name is Katate Vincent, District Environment Officer, Bushenyi Local Government.
Good morning. I'm Atwebembire Michael, District Forestry Officer, Bushenyi Local Government. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Majisha Adam. I'm a forest officer, Ministry of Water and Environment, supporting Western region, that is Mbarara.
Morning, everyone. I'm Namato Joelia, the Acting Forest Officer, Liantonde District.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Baguma James, Assistant Forest Officer, Lukonjeri District.
Morning, everybody. Diana Bozia, my name is, working with the National Forest Authority, Southwest Range.
Good morning, everyone. Sophia Chobtunji, standing in for the Senior Forestry Officer of Kunji District.
Good morning, everyone. Looks like we are the ones who are natives here. My name is Maureen Gloria Atima, sitting in for FRECA Project Manager, Mr. Philip Kuhimuro, and we are based here in Kagadi. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Titus Akora. I work with WWF as the Project Forestry Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Mugumia Nyindo Zafia, and I'm retired forest officer. But in this assignment, I was invited as somebody who supported part of the safeguards before they now been used to prepare the monitoring report for what he has mentioned as the ART and trees submission. You are all welcome, and I am happy to see you.
I'm Gruthum Nampima. I work with Emily.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Batusa. I support the Secretariat with the Stakeholder Engagement Plan Development. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called David Kitonda from Kisoro, representing Devo. Thank you.
Thank you for that round of introduction. I can see we are from various organizations who are NFA, the DFS, District Forest Services, non-government organizations, and we are here to understand the art and trees as we go forward. To take on to the program, we had arrival and registration. It is ongoing. If there is anybody who has not registered, kindly do so at the back. We have a registration desk. We are going to have an opening prayer. We have had already the introduction. Yeah. I'm being reminded we have online people. We shall give them a chance to introduce themselves. Online people.
Good morning, Gusta and everyone. My name is Richard Hamba from TINS. Glad to be part of the meeting.
Sorry, you can repeat?
Richard Hamba is my name from TINS. Glad to be part of the meeting.
Thank you for joining us. Any
Hello,
other person?
everyone. Yes, Bwana Chiinji, this is Bakalikwila Philip Eric, CEO Reso, based in Jinja. Nice to see you.
Thank you for turning up for the meeting. Viola?
Good morning, everyone. This is Lugoa Viola from Emily.
Thank you for joining the meeting. Any other? Mr. Bachika?
Morning and greetings from Kampala. My name is Robert Bachika and I'm joined to join this meeting. I work with Emily. Thank you.
Penina?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Penina Chune. I work with Environmental Arts, Secretariat of ENRCSO Network at the Uganda Forestry Working Group. Happy to be here.
Thank you for joining us. Ephraim?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ephraim Kasozi. I'm the team leader at Water and Environment Media Network. I'm also a journalist working with the Nation Media. Nice to be here.
Thank you. Christine? Christine is here. Maybe somebody is using her computer. And Richard has introduced himself. I think that's all. Dilis?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dilis Ndevaisa is my name, and I work with the Ecological Question Organization.
Thank you for joining us. Philip introduced himself. I think that's all. Both are online participants and those that are here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming up for the meeting. As I've said, we will continue registering those who show up at the registration desk behind. We shall have an opening prayer after we have introduced ourselves. We shall have remarks. We are combining the remarks by Mr. Haddad, who is the project coordinator, with those of Mr. Bachika, who will actually carry the burden of telling us why we are here. As and when he appears, Mr. Maminania, that name, joins us. We will allow him to talk to us, and then we shall have the opening remarks being given by none other than Bob Kazungu, who is representing the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment. After that, we shall have an overview of the architecture and the environmental excellence standards, which again will be presented by Mr. Bob Kazungu, who is the national focal point person for the ministry. And then we shall have a plenary where we shall discuss issues pertaining to those two, art and trees. We shall have a break, before the break, we will go for a group photo. And thereafter, we shall come back and have two presentations which are key to this workshop: a presentation on the revised stakeholder engagement plan and emission reduction payments, which will be presented by none other than Christine Batusa, and the revised initial trees monitoring report, which will be presented by Albert. And then we shall go for a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we shall come back for a discussion of all the issues that we will have presented to us during the course of the day. And then we will have, we will call it the end of day one, and prepare ourselves to join on day two. So to kick off the meeting, without wasting time, I would like to request Mr. Bachika. Sorry, before Mr. Bachika, we will have an opening prayer, and I would like to ask a volunteer who can lead us in this. I think the gentleman from Masop Sheikh, yes, can lead us into this prayer.
This meeting, even as we continue today, and for the glory of your name. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
So let's dive into the workshop now that the registration is done. We have introduced ourselves. We have had an opening prayer. I would like to call upon Mr. Bachika to give us the opening remarks. Mr. Bachika.
Thank you, Gasta, and I hope I can put the name to the face. Like I introduced myself earlier, my name is Robert Bachika. I work with Emily, and I also support the Ministry of Water and Environment, specifically the Climate Change Department, on matters related to nationally determined contributions, that is NDCs. My coming here today is to make remarks on behalf of Emily as an organizing partner. And first, I want to extend our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Water and Environment, specifically the Forest Sector Support Department, for this cooperation in ensuring a whole of society engagement in this standard we all now refer to as the Earth Trees Standard. This cooperation is financed through the UN RED program under the consortium of FAO, UNEP, and UNDP, and where Emily is providing the secretarial work for the Forest Sector Department on matters related to the safeguards. As we all know in Uganda that our forests are reducing at a rate which might not sustain our rising population. As you know, many of us are from a census, and we are eager to know how many numbers will we be by the time these results will be communicated. But indicative projections are showing we already many people, and the assets which we have, especially the natural resource assets, are not sustainable, or they cannot support all of us. So this calls for measures on how to ensure our forests can be kept, can be sustainably utilized, sustainably managed to meet our current demand and future demand. And one of the mechanisms which has been proposed as a way to meet this balance has been the use of markets. And these markets are to many what we call carbon markets. And when you come to the conservation world, we call the results-based payments. But as we know, these are not a final bullet to the issue we are talking about. There are so many issues which deter and affect people. One of it is how do we ensure that everyone who has a stake in forest management is on this table. And it is for this reason I want to thank our partners, that is Ministry of Water, UNEP, for ensuring that stakeholders are consulted and engaged in this process. Some of the stakeholders we are eager to hear from, the Central Forest Reserve managers, the Wildlife Reserve managers, the Local Forest Reserve managers, indigenous peoples and the local communities, the private sector, and our own civil society. We believe that if we get views from all of these ones, we will shape better market mechanisms that will respect rights, that will be inclusive, and that will foster equity. The good news is the government of Uganda is working on regulations. I had someone from Climate Change Department, and these regulations were one of the cornerstones of providing for legalities on how we can engage in these markets. But before we engage in these markets, how do we ensure that the so-called standards many of us are participating in are fully cognizant of our rights, are fully cognizant of equality, are fully cognizant of a fair benefit sharing regime? As many of you in this room have introduced yourselves, you are conversant with a number of voluntary market mechanisms. We continue to hear a number of challenges related in these voluntary market mechanisms, especially issues regarding to benefit sharing. How do you ensure that with this standard we are talking of, the art trees, fairness is paramount, inclusiveness is paramount, and rights are respected? So we believe you are the architects to ensure that as Uganda participates in the process, the Assistant Commissioner will be taking you through, Mr. Bob Natif, on art and trees. You will see that if you have a wrong design, we might be held accountable. So how do we ensure that whatever we are fixing and putting in place with regard to art trees standards respects the three issues we have talked about: inclusivity, rights, fairness, and so forth and so on. But not forgetting the ultimate result of why we want to keep our forests to sustain us and sustain also the future. As I conclude, I want to say Emily is also working with the WWF to enhance the discussion on reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, including the sustainable management of forest, conservation, and what here we are trying to see is how do we ensure the voices of local communities are shaping how REDD+ projects are moving. This way, we are undertaking a study which is going to be looking at what are the suitable governance futures for a REDD+ project, such that even at the planning phase and designing phase of a REDD+ project, there are basic elements a project concept, a project proposal should entail. And I think next week, we will still be in Kagadi, where the team is going to be looking at how the current legislation on climate change mechanisms, which to many of you are conversant to call carbon markets, have taken into consideration some of the views and aspirations from communities that are neighboring forests or that are driving their livelihood from some of our forests. And I think once we combine these two products, we will have a critical output for the betterment of both our communities, but also our forests. I thank you very much and look forward to a fruitful deliberation. Over to you, Chair.
He deserves a hand clap. Colleagues, thank you, Mr. Bachika, for the outlining the key objectives as to why we are here. In his submission, he has told us that tree resources and the various products therein are not enough. Therefore, we need to strike a balance, and we are trying to do this through the markets to salvage and increase interests in conservation. That's why UNEP and the Ministry of Water undertook this stakeholder engagement plan to consult the different stakeholders like Wildlife Authority, like Indigenous peoples, like NFA, like the District Forestry Services, and the general public, to consult them on stakeholder engagement and consult them on the standards for inclusivity, for the rights, for the fairness that surrounds the resource, the forestry resource. Next on the agenda is, okay, the opening remarks. Those remarks will be given by a representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, who is represented by Mr. Bob Kazungu. Mr. Bob Kazungu, you are welcome to provide those opening remarks. And thereafter, maybe if you allow, you will give us an overview of art, the architectural, or overview of art and trees at the same time.
Thank you very much, moderator. Colleagues, I'm very delighted to see some of the faces have taken a while. So from seeing you, realize that I no longer come so much to the ground because there is too much cooking that we are doing in the kitchen as a department. So we don't have a lot of time to move in the landscapes. So there's quite a lot I'm sure that we are missing, but happy that I can see some of you here. Maybe we could can interact and add value to the food that we're cooking in the kitchen. Right. Okay, so my name is Bob Kazungu, Assistant Commissioner for Forestry in charge of monitoring and assessment. I'm also the National Red Plus focal point for Uganda. And when I was having a chat with the PS yesterday, the Permanent Secretary, he asked me to stand in for him to deliver these opening remarks because there is quite a lot that is going on. Some of you might be aware that Uganda is party to the UNFCCC. My colleague from the Climate Change Department is here. And just in a few days from now, the top guns at the ministry will be traveling to Bonn to start some negotiations and discussions on some of the key aspects of climate change, some of the decisions that we need to make. And so we are not able to have the big boss here. But allow me deliver these remarks on his behalf. Now it is digital, so don't ask me for hard copies. Shall give you the soft ones if you wish. Okay, so representatives from the agencies that are present here, the National Forest Authority, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, representatives from the district local governments, representatives from the non-state actors, international and local. We had WWF and other colleagues here. Representatives of the media, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. And I hope that you were counted or enumerated, if I may use so, because I'm told that there's some people who missed. And hopefully there can be another chance, but I don't know. Do we have any opportunity? So I want to thank you indeed for honoring our invitation to this very important two-day engagement in which the ministry through the Red Plus Secretariat and the Forestry Sector Support Department will be sharing with you some important documents for your participation in terms of input, but also letting you know about what is going on in terms of Red Plus in the country. We want to sincerely appreciate the support, the technical support that we are receiving from the United Nations Environment Programme, with financial support from the United Nations Programme on reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. We sincerely thank Emily, YSA facility, for administering this support that brings us here today. You may be aware that the Red Plus program started about 2008, 2009 in Uganda. And at that time, Uganda joined other countries to start preparing for a journey for Uganda, just like other countries, become what they call ready or Red Plus ready. And I hope that some of you have been part of that journey. But the Red Plus is about reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And then the plus that you see there is about sustainable forest management, conservation of forests, and enhancement of what we call carbon stocks. So this journey took us about 12 years. And I'm glad to report that we're able to successfully deliver the much needed 4 Warsaw elements. Warsaw is one of the capital cities in Europe, but that's where we agreed that the Red Plus will be delivered. I mean, the purpose of Red Plus will be delivered 4 elements, one of which is the National Red Strategy and Action Plan, which we actually have as a country. We launched it in 2019 at one of our joint sector review engagements. The National Forest Monitoring System, which is also in place. And that makes part of our monitoring, reporting, and verification tool for Red Plus. The Forest Reference Emission Level, which is the baseline, because the ultimate objective of Red Plus is to see that we reduce emissions. But how can you then know that you've reduced emissions without knowing where you came from? So in the wisdom of the United Nations from a Convention on Climate Change, there was need to have what we call a baseline, which we're calling here the Forest Reference Emission Level of REL. Some of these terminologies, some of you are not conversant with them. You'll be able to dig them during the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks with colleagues from the Secretariat. And myself, I'm here. But finally, the other element is the Safeguards Information System. And actually, that's what brings us here. Because the United Nations Environment Program is leading the UN RED support. In other words, is leading the other UN agencies that Bachika was talking about, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, and the UNDP. So it's leading in Uganda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. So any support from UN RED currently is led by the UNEP. But specifically, the UNEP is handling the safeguards aspects of this support. So this 4th element of Safeguards Information System, although you're reading it as a system, has a number of things that we look at. It's one of the tools for reporting on how we have complied with certain safeguards. And safeguards are, something to do with do no harm, the do no harm issue. Whatever you implement as RED should not be that is going to harm communities, that is going to harm the environment, that is going to harm, the ecosystem. So together with the people there. So in the wisdom of the UN, they knew that as we try to reduce emissions, it is likely that we might do certain activities that might actually instead, cause harm to those categories I've just talked about. So the Safeguards Information System is that tool to track whether we've been able to comply. And at that time, a couple of 1 or 2 years later, there was a meeting in Cancun, which is another city in South America. where they agreed on 7 safeguards, and they called them the Cancun safeguards, right? And I'm trying to build a case for you this morning. And with the ever-increasing requirements to deliver the objectives of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at a global level, including the need for supply countries. When I say supply countries, countries like Uganda that have the opportunity to, regenerate carbon credits, to deliver high integrity carbon credits, the elements that we talked about then require some additional refinement. So Uganda has continued to strengthen its readiness elements to ensure compliance to a number of global requirements to participate in results-based payments. Maybe to take you back a little bit before I continue with the PS's speech here, is that the REDD+ itself, which is that connection between forest and climate change, is supposed to deliver what we call emission reductions. And these emission reductions can be converted directly or indirectly into what we call carbon credits. As you reduce emissions, then you are creating credits, because that is what reduces emissions. So what you have been hearing of the carbon sinking or carbon sequestration and things like that. So the REDD+ therefore has a responsibility as you implement it to have what we call results-based payments. In other words, you can, as a country or as a project, FRECA, for example, and the proponents there and the supporters of FRECA, you can actually benefit through payments based on whether you've reduced emissions. That's why it's called results-based payment. There must be a result. There must be a difference between what you found and what has been reduced in terms of emissions. So that's why we're talking about results-based payments in this conversation, right? Because you pay for what has been delivered based on what originally was the baseline. Let me just continue now with the speech. So Uganda is also currently preparing a framework for international carbon and carbon market mechanisms with required regulations and guidelines that will guide Uganda's involvement in the carbon transactions and all results-based payments. This framework lists a number of standards, and one of the standards is the ACTRIS standard. But there are other standards. You cannot trade carbon credits without a standard, because the standard is the one that defines the methodologies, defines some of the key requirements for that specific. Standards development are private sector led. I mean, standards are private sector led. It's a business. So I have a standard, I have the brains to develop something for you to use. And so if you want to trade your carbon credits, then you use my brains, you use my work of the methodology and things like that, and you pay for it. Get what I'm saying? So as we prepare Uganda for, trading at Article 6.2 and Article 6.4, we are also cognizant of the fact that we have listed a number of standards that we are going to use. One of them is the ACTRIS, or the ACTRIS standard. ACT is a secretariat, TRIS is a standard. And there are other standards like VERA, which has other, sub-standards in there. VERA is the consortium, and then there are standards like VCS standard, CCB, the jurisdictional REDD standard, and the VERA, and others. The other standards like gold standard, you might have heard about them. They use in the energy sector to compute carbon and deliver carbon credits and facilitate the transactions. The other standards like the Plan Vivo. Some of you are conversant with Plan Vivo here in the region, those from this region that EcoTrust has been using for smallholder farmers. So there are many standards. So our regulations have also listed those standards somewhere. And the ACTRIS is one of those standards that has been listed there. But the transactions of carbon credits, as I continue with the speech, are operated through standards, as I said, and one of such standards is the one that I talked about, the ACTRIS standard. And Uganda in early 2023 joined other countries to initiate work to assess Uganda's readiness to align with the requirements of this ACTRIS standard. Following a successful, of course, 12 or so years of REDD+ readiness phase. one of the elements which Uganda must align is the safeguards. So this ATRI standard has all the other 4 elements embedded in it, but one of them is the safeguards element that Uganda has to align with, and that's why we're here. And as such, we need an input from you as we prepare the documents that are aligning our case for Uganda with the safeguards requirements of the ATRI's standard. So we expect that throughout today's workshop that you'll be hearing about the ATRI's itself, an overview should be delivered to you just to understand what this standard is all about, but also the safeguards requirements for that standard. We want to be a bit specific to safeguards for this meeting. The UNDP will be calling you also in other engagements where we shall, shall be doing a lot of stakeholder engagements. We've already done some stakeholder engagement plan with this support here. We shall use that same plan for UNDP to deliver to you and share with you the other details of the other requirements under the ATRIs, like the carbon accounting and the other requirements. But for now, we want to specifically concentrate on the safeguards element. So we expect that as the consultants share with us the ATRI's monitoring report and also the plan for conformance, you'll understand what we mean by these documents in the next presentation. So I wish, therefore, to reiterate that your inputs will help ensure that we are moving together, because we cannot have these documents prepared without evidence of you having had an input into them. I therefore extend my best wishes for fruitful deliberations and productive outcomes, and may today's workshop serve as a platform for and at the beginning for meaningful engagements, consensus building with you, and actionable insights that propel us towards a more sustainable and resilient future, focusing on reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. For God and my country, Alfred Okoto Kidi, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Another round of applause, because Mr. Kazungu has taken us through the life we have spent under RED. I remember when RED first came here, people were not interested in RED, but they were interested in the money. You are talking RED, where is the money? Where is the money? When is the money coming? And 10 years round after chasing the money, there was no money to be seen, only to deliver the national RED strategy, which was with us. And I'm sorry, I participated in its development. The National Forest Monitoring System, again, I participated in that, and there was no money yet. The forest emission reference levels, again, there was no money yet to be delivered. And now we are into safeguards and there is no money yet. But I would like to assure you that there will be money to come. And the longer, things that mature easily also die easily. Things that take long to mature also take long in existence. Therefore, RED money is in the offing. Now, I would like to draw your attention to some important things. First of all, we have water. Water on the table there, and the dispenser. That dispenser is a water dispenser. If you are feeling Sorry, what is? Yeah. Sorry, I can't see very far. Eh? Hey, Wi-Fi. Yes, there is Wi-Fi password there. You can log into and get access to communications, especially this meeting if we want to follow offline. We have our water, and then we have toilet facilities downstairs in the, if you go downstairs in the restaurant, you will be directed where the toilets are. But also we have an outside toilet facility down that side, which we can use in the interim. Now, Mr. Kazung, we have the honor to invite you to take us through the art and trees, things that you have talked about. What is art? Apart from knowing it is something to do with architecture, it is to do with the design, it is to do with the, but there is an element which needs further clarification so we understand best. So it is my singular honor to invite you again to take us through this detailed explanation. Thanks.
As the presentation is being set up, I just want to quickly appreciate your understanding of REDD+. If this is your first time to hear the word REDD+, put up your hand and don't feel shy. REDD+. Just put up your hand if it is your first time to hear that term REDD+. Okay. Don't fear, by the way, because you see, in this world of democracy, it's good, it's fair enough if we move together, because we might dive into the art trees and people get lost. But I can just take 5 minutes or 10 minutes to just run you through what REDD is and what has been happening quickly, 10 minutes, and then before I go to this presentation of the art trees. So be as frank as a little child. Some of us who read the Bible, I don't know what is in the Quran anyway. I haven't had a chance, but we know that we are all children, we are all children. And when you accept to be a child, then you can easily be delivered from so many things. One more time. Is there anybody who doesn't have, okay, maybe out of 100, if you have less than 30% understanding of REDD+, just let us know. %. Less than 30%, okay. And don't feel shy. I know a lot of material is on the websites. You can even Google, you can, and if you're in the world of conservation, somehow you come across these terminologies and you take interest to read and try to appreciate them, because who knows? It could be your next job. Anyway, because now the colleagues who are working in FRECA, I'm sure they're trying to do their best to understand REDD, because this other thing, the project that they are delivering is a REDD+ project. So then you got to know what this REDD thing is all about. Then you want to understand how Uganda has participated in it and things like that. So allow me just in the next 10 minutes just to run you through. I don't have slides to present about that. I'll just talk about it, and then we go into the real presentation for today. And you'll forgive me for doing that, because one time I had a chance to lecture. They called me when I did my master's degree. They thought that I'd done very well, so they asked me to do some part-time lecturing. But when they wanted me to go and do a PhD, and yet I wanted to make money, I took off and I went to the ministry. But anyway, but I've not made the money anyway. So I'm back to zero. But that's just for the, not for recording. Okay, so as I mentioned, Uganda, just like other countries, joined many other countries to involve itself in the REDD+. And I mentioned that REDD+ is about the connection, the link, the nexus between forests and climate change. That's the easiest nexus. That's the easiest meeting point. There are other ways, but that's the easiest. So globally, there were discussions all the time from the Kyoto Protocol. There were discussions on how we can reduce emissions and all the things. And it was observed that forest was very key, was very important, because the trees sequester quite a lot when you compare them with other vegetation. They sequester quite a lot of carbon, and therefore they reduce emissions. And so countries which are developed, for them, they have been industrialized for a very long time, so they've been emitting quite a lot. But countries which are underdeveloped, like ours, or what we call the third world countries and the like, small islands and others, had an opportunity to sequester what has been emitted by other people. So globally, then a conversation started, a thick conversation. How can we then support such countries? That have trees, that have natural forests, the likes of our parks, national parks, and central forest reserves, and other related vegetation, to be able to engage with them and work with them so that they keep these forests intact, they conserve, they even grow more trees or restore and things like that. So that's when the REDD+ conversation came in, at a meeting called the Conference of Parties, about 18 years ago or so, just about that. And so Uganda in 2008 joined. Other countries already joined, but Uganda then joined that conversation. But we agreed in one of those conference of parties that REDD+ should be implemented in 3 phases. And the first phase is the readiness phase. How do these countries become ready with these elements, which we talked about, the Warsaw elements? Can we say countries ready now to transact? So the second phase was a demo phase, or a phase where there was some bit of implementation of REDD+ projects. So what is REDD, and what is a REDD+ project supposed to be? And then the last phase was the resource-based payments phase. And this is where we are heading now. We've run through the readiness phase. We concluded successfully in 2021 with those elements. We're improving them because there are so many decisions, so many rules that keep coming up. Every year, people meet. Recently, last year in November, December, there was the Conference of Parties 28, which was in Dubai. There were some new rules that came up. So because of some new rules that keep coming up, then we also improve our REDD elements, the Warsaw elements. So there's always an improvement. Then this year we are going to Azerbaijan, somewhere in the between Russia and Greece. There's a country called Azerbaijan. So when we go there could be some discussions. There could be some decisions. But before that meeting, there is the meeting I told you in Bonn, in Germany, where my peers and others are traveling this weekend. So it's so every time there are things that happen. So there are new requirements, the new rules that come up that we need, therefore, to also improve our elements, even when we completed our elements successfully in 2021. So, and all these discussions have been going on. And so Uganda was able to deliver the national strategy and REDD+ strategy and action plan. It has 8 strategic options. What are those strategic options? What we did was to look at what are the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation. When we got the drivers, which was a long list, we prioritized them. And some of them included extraction of forest, removal of forest for agricultural reasons, removal of forests and trees and wood for fuel wood purposes. Grazing was also one of the things. Fire was also another driver of deforestation and forest degradation, and many others. So from the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation that we had, so we developed a strategy to deal with them. And those 8 strategic options. Of course, another thing was law enforcement, the weak enforcement and all the things. So among the 8 strategic options, the first one is the climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture is dealing with that problem, that driver of people cutting down natural forest to plant crops. We are saying you don't have to cut the natural forest. What you need to do is utilize your land efficiently or sustainably, using technologies that we know, those from production sector or even everybody here, You know, climate smart agriculture, when you unpack it, there are things like, you know, agroforestry in there, embedded in there. They're using cover crops, for example, so that you don't lose a lot of water and soil along the way as you do the cropping activities, including other things like contour plowing for those from Kisoro and others. All those can be embedded within the climate smart agriculture, and how smart that is in terms of climate. That's another conversation for another day. We had also the issue of planting trees for fuel wood purposes, both commercial and domestic, as another option, strategic option. The option of commercial plantations and woodlots was also another strategic option. Management of wildfires was another strategic option. And the activities under those, when you read the National Red Plus Strategy and Action Plan. Then we said, okay, in addition to the strategy, we need to have a baseline. How will we know? So we did what we call a FREL, Forest Reference Emission Level, like I told you. And Uganda submitted the FREL in 2018. So from 2018, we know that baseline, if we add on anything and reduce emissions, then we can get some payment for, you know, for the difference, the positive change in terms of emission reduction. Then we said, okay, how are we going to track these emissions? We need a monitoring system. And globally, it is called the National Forest Monitoring System. In the country, you can call it anything. But so we have a National Forest Monitoring System, which is technically managed by the National Forest Authority, because we delegated the function of biomass survey and the data collection for forests and other land uses to the National Forest Authority. So technically, they are the ones who are hosting the National Forest Monitoring System. The ministry, like me and my peers and other people, have access to the system. We do the coordination. The NFA does the technical work, right? Then the safeguards formation system that we talked about. But during all these discussions in the concerned parties, there are so many things, because we're talking about carbon trade. How do we enhance climate financing through carbon trading? Because the climate change conference, conferences have so many discussions. Carbon is just one of them, but it's gaining a lot of ground now because it's one of the mechanisms which was also agreed on in 2021 under the Paris Agreement. The 2021 or 2050, under the Paris Agreement, as one of the key trade articles, Article 6.2, 6.4, and the others, so that countries can trade with each other on carbon, especially those countries that have reduced emissions like Uganda, who are able to reduce emissions. We can now trade that. But we also have the National Determined Contribution, now NDCs, that we have to meet. How does a country demonstrate that it reduced emissions, both for forestry but other land uses, but also for other sectors like industrialization, transport, energy, and the like. So we have also NDCs. So as we talk about all these things, we also have the national determined contributions that we have to think about at the back of our mind. So I want to challenge you to go and read those things so that you understand where we stand as a country, because I cannot speak about all these this morning. My terms of reference this morning is talk about the overview of our trees. But anyway, we are saying that the discussions for carbon trade indicate that we need a standard. We need bodies which call verification validation bodies, BBBs, a third party, someone to appreciate and acknowledge and confirm that they've actually reduced emissions through a verification and validation. So those entities are called VVBs, verification validation bodies. They are also private sector led. So you pay them for that purpose, you know. And of course, we don't have many in Africa. I think we have one or two in South Africa or something. Most of them are based in other countries. So all this conversation then makes you as a country to think, how best can I tap into this market of carbon? Because I have the advantage. So Uganda has the advantage. We joined Red Plus conversations 2008, 2009. How many years are those ago? And we have been working so hard with World Bank financing, what we call the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility financing. The Austrians came and gave us some money. The Norwegians also gave us some money in the beginning. Government of Uganda also pumped in quite a lot of money. The UN RED program, which receives financing from different entities also came in to support that readiness phase, where we delivered those 4 elements that I talked about. But along the way, after the delivery of those 4 elements, we have been now thinking, how then can we utilize these elements to go into results-based payments? And an opportunity came in 2021, as soon as we had concluded our readiness elements. About $1 billion US, we were told, was available from the governments of USA, the government of Korea joined just recently when we were in Egypt, the government of Norway, and the government, the UK government. As private sector players like A&B, some of you who book hotels using A&B is one of those people who are pumping in money here. Delta Airlines and others, because they want to reduce the emissions as they fly their airplanes that day, and others. Nesso, for example, for coffee and others. So they came together and mobilized money, and they said, we want to work with tropical countries. And that initiative was called the LEAF, lowering emissions through transacting in red. So it is when we joined that LEAF coalition in 2021 that we joined, but we have never signed a letter of intent, but we started the conversations. And Uganda qualified. We wrote a proposal, which I wrote with some colleagues in the department and colleagues at NFA and colleagues from UNEP also. Then we were informed that, by the way, for us to be able to transact under this LEAF coalition, we need to use a standard called the ARTREES. It was just beginning, because there are other standards like Vera, and others. But now this one also was a new kid on the block in terms of a standard. And when we read the standard, we saw that it was very much supportive to RED, just like even the others are supportive to RED anyway. But there were some things that we felt really, and also it was jurisdictional. So jurisdictional means at national level, and because RED should actually be reporting at national level, should actually be delivering at national level. If it goes anything lower, then it should be the next level. And for Uganda, RED Plus implemented again what's called water management zones. And you all know what water management zone, because we had that delineation available at that time, 2018, 2017, 2018, and the like. We felt that was the best delineation for us to also use. So we said, okay, we shall implement our RED through either we can report as a country or implement it as a country, but we can also implement it against the 4 water management zones. And the ARTREES was actually in support of either national or that subnational to one lower level, as you'll see in the slide. So we felt, okay, maybe this is also a good standard for us to take on. Let's try to make the country ready for that. Even if we don't sign off with the LEAF, these ARTREES can be, that was our thinking at strategic level, but we were saying, okay, then LEAF is also good, why not? Go for it. So that's how we end up with joining the family of the ARTREES. The first requirement, as you'll see, is you writing a concept to the Art Secretariat for trees. We call it a trees concept note, which I wrote and we submitted. And when we submitted it, we qualified as a country. So we joined officially a family of other countries that want to advance ARTREES standard, but without hurting the other standards, because this is business. You cannot just shut them down. Whoever feels want to use ARTREES, they'll use it. Whoever wants to use VISA, they'll use it. No problem. So that's how we end up with this conversation on the ARTREES. So the first thing we did, as you'll see, is to do an assessment. How is Uganda? Can we assess our readiness to this ARTREES, how we can connect with it? And that is when Xavier Mugumya was ushered in, was given a contract to do an assessment of the country in reference to the ARTREES. And it's from that assessment that we've been able now to go the next steps of this ARTREES conversation. Now, allow me now go to the overview of the ARTREES. But before I go there, I just want to challenge you to read as hard as you can. You see, these things, the world is moving very quickly. The world is moving so quickly. You can't be locked up in small little things. You need to understand where this country is heading. Some of you have already entered into agreements. You have some of the partners out there There are those that we don't. The WWF is known. They have been with us, but there are others who have come and they entered into MOUs with farmers. I will pay you for carbon. But do we understand what this whole thing is all about? I just want to challenge you to read as much as you can about REDD+, read as much as you can about these arteries. I may not deliver to you the whole entire arteries this morning. I may be part of the afternoon. Okay, this morning. Okay, so I just give you background. Then, yeah, please, let's continue. And then I also move into the actual arteries safeguards requirement. So the ART is a secretariat. I don't have a pointer. I'm told you can use your phone as a pointer, but I don't know how. I lack capacity. Okay, but the ART itself is a secretariat. Architecture for REDD+ transactions. That is what it is in full. So it is a secretariat. So there's an organization called Winrock International, based in the USA, which is a secretariat for ART. I mean, they are supported by other private sector individuals and, some best brains in the world to develop methodologies and things like that, but the secretariat at Winrock. So the ART is the architecture for REDD+ transactions, and it has a vision to provide confidence needed in the integrity of forest emissions reductions to unlock new large-scale investments to protect and restore forests and reward countries that are delivering those results. It's a mouthful, but I think it's good. So that's the vision. Do you anticipate to see that happen as a secretariat? And of course, it's a global voluntary carbon program. That's why it is an architecture. An architecture like you design. To register, verify, and issue high quality REDD+. Now that's the important REDD+. So for it is strictly for REDD+ emissions reduction credits to countries and jurisdictions. And when you hear the words like jurisdictions, usually it's about the supply countries, in this case, the countries that have the credits, the countries like Uganda that are going to issue, are going to offer or to sell these carbon credits to, the demand, countries like Korea, countries like the UK and whatever that might be in need of meeting their net zero requirements, as you might have heard in the COP26 in Glasgow. So that is what it is, right? But the trees now itself is the standard. Trees in full is the REDD+ environmental excellence standard. So you can imagine, so it is very much targeting the REDD+. And that's why as the REDD+ focal point, when we have such a standard coming to the country, how can I say no? Because it has some special benefits for REDD. And it's actually precise technical safeguard, verification, and the registration requirements for national and jurisdictional crediting of emission reductions from reduced deforestation and degradation. It has precise technical safeguard, verification, registration requirements. In other words, for you to participate in this standard, you should appreciate that there are some requirements. So there's some safeguards requirements, and that's why we are going to dwell so much, today. But it has some verification and registration requirements. If you want to register for the standard, there's what called registration document, the trees registration document, which we're also preparing now alongside the trees monitoring report, and then the plan for conformance, which I tell you what those plan for conformance aspects are, what it means. So precise, in other words, it has been thought through, compared with other standards, and they've come up with those requirements. I'm going to say national and jurisdictional, and I want you not to get so confused, because this word jurisdictional can apply for the entire country or for a subnational, like the arteries allows, like the water management zone. But after 2030, they will go national anyway. So, so it's quite tricky. And crediting of emission reduction means that, to credit, like you credit an account. When you receive some money on your account, what do they say? The account is credited. So it's the same story. It's not very different. I want to bring it home, right? Next slide. But as I said, I challenge you to be able to read the things, because now for me, I feel so shy because I took about 3. I feel so shy to present the things to you very quickly because I took some time to appreciate them, right? So this standard has some eligibility requirements. So if you are to be eligible to participate in this standard, then you must be a participant that is a national government or subnational government but with national approval. So for you to participate in TREES standard, you must be Uganda. And if you are not Uganda, if you are in Congo, you must be province so and so. Right? Because those countries which are provincial in nature have those subnational governments which are called provinces. Just using that as an example, but you can go to another place and it is named something different, right? So you must be that. But what is quite interesting is that in the second version of the Act, they also included aspects of a pathway for indigenous groups. In other words, they consider so much indigenous person, and that's why we don't have any meeting we have held without inviting representatives of those categories of people, because we really want to be sure that your input is taken care of. Okay, so the registration of subnational accounting areas that meet TREES eligibility requirements are allowed only until 2030, like I said. When I talked about subnational water management zone, for example, if we are to deal with, to transact at that level, we can only do that until 2030, right? After that, it will be Uganda Yote. Of course, there have been arguments. Some countries were saying, but you see, and there were a lot of things, because one of the things you'll see number 4 here is a minimum area of 2.5 million hectares of forest. But this is one of the discussions, because now, how much forest do we have in the country? With all this degradation and deforestation that has happened. So we have, those are discussions at global level with this standard on how to deal with such. Boundaries of subnational accounting, 1 or several jurisdictions, no more than 1 level down from national. I wish I had a flip chart, but okay, I just talked about it. You have a whole entire country. So the next level is just 1 level. It can only be either water management zone or nothing less than that, not a sub-catchment. Because in the water management zone, we also have catchments, right? And then sub-catchments. So it's only 1 level down the nation. So from country to the next level, which in this case, for Uganda's case, it's the water management zone. So that's what you can be, the boundaries that are acceptable. There are some technical requirements, like audit style validation and verification and registration required. Audit style means that this is kind of thorough, because they have to be sure that these emissions have actually been reduced, because there's been a complaint with the other standards. There's been a complaint recently. We're engaging also with the Vera standard in the country. It wants to improve its baselines. People were complaining and saying, no, you were not giving us the right baselines. You're making them look like, there is too much loss, and so a little work done, you gain more, because that's how resource-based payments happen. If you have degraded, deforested a lot, if you do some little work and you reduce emissions, then you get more money. You get what I'm saying? So the baselines were being lowered by some of the people. So ATREES was learning from such experiences and was saying, no. Now we have got to do audit, real audit. In other words, they come on the ground and try to verify by themselves, in addition to the other VVBs that are known. There are some legal aspects. Some of the things which I saw there in the leaf, for example, was the issue of $10 as the minimum, $10 per ton of carbon. And when you go to Article 6.2 and the ITMOs, you find people go for $30, $45, $60 per ton. So there are those things. So there's some legal aspects that have to be taken care of moving forward. If I have more emissions reduced, what happened to the extra? to the excess. So there are some legal aspects that this standard takes care of. The issue of monitoring and the reference level setting, like I mentioned, is quite serious as a technical requirement. And then the aspects of accounting. How do you account for the credits? Non-permanence. Have we lost them along the way? Because sometimes you conserve, but next week you lose. So you keep losing. So it's not as permanent. So the credits, the carbon that you sank is not permanent. So the issue of non-permanence comes into play there. So that's why they're very serious on the issues of non-permanence. I mean, they look at the situation, look at the risks that are involved, because you may think you are conserving Bugoma or Budongo, and yet it is actually, there is some pressure which you may not be able to control. So it is a risky place for you to do a carbon project. In other words, because you will not have permanence of those leakage, for example. Sometimes you have people displaced from here, for example, if you're conserving so much in area X, and then people now decide to move to the nearby or even far away, and then they even damage more than you expect, then that is there's a bit of leakage there. And also that adjacent communities to the forest might be engaged in some illegalities. And issues of uncertainties, how sure are we? And so in computing carbon credits, there are some uncertainty computations in the analysis that you do. And then technical requirements for safeguards, and that is where we really want to focus. Next slides. So that is in terms of eligibility for participants of the trees standard. So how is the cycle? We are still very far. But we start with submitting a trees concept. You can see the bottom corner, which is colored, which has a rectangle around it. So we submitted a trees concept note in 2022. We're about there. And then it was approved by, of course, there was the secretariat reviews that happened, and it was approved by the secretariat. So that's step number 3. And when it was approved, that's when they announced, the art secretariat announced that Uganda had joined this community that is interested in advancing art trees. And so that's where we are, because since that time, the UN Red then got interested in supporting the country to be, of course, you meet them maybe in the meetings in Rome or in Switzerland, and then you have a conversation. And then they agree to support the country to advance this work. And that's what brings us here. Because then we are supposed to prepare the trees registration document, the TRD, and the initial trees monitoring report, the TMR. And these ones are being prepared concurrently. And of course, after doing all that, the secretariat again reviews them after their submission. And when they review, the participant selects, and the participant in this case is Uganda. We select and contract a VVP. Because as we do submit this trees registration document and the trees monitoring report, there are things in there, for sections in there, you'll be seeing that from when the consultant presents, that require accounting for carbon, for example, in addition to the safeguards also. So what happens is that the VVBs, like I told you, is an independent third party, a private sector body out there with a lot of skills to verify and validate what you have submitted. So it is us as a country that will invite them and select them and actually pay them. If we can't pay them, there are some considerations where somebody can support a country to pay for the validation and verification, right? So then that, of course, they are verifying and validating what you submitted, the trees monitoring report and the trees registration document. And that's a very difficult time, because you might have, they even look at things like this meeting. Are you aware that they're going to take the registration forms, attendance sheets of this meeting when they come? and try to find, they'll even call you and try to find out, were there indigenous people involved in this meeting? It's part of the, in addition to the other things of carbon accounting, so it's not obvious that a country will be paid for the credits because maybe you've messed up the process. That's why when you come for this meeting, it's good for the country. If you don't turn up, it's tricky because what can we do if you don't turn up? Then we can't force you here. You might have your good reasons. But it's good for you to participate in the process so that in the future you can remember. Then after the VBBs have done the validation and verification, step 8, the secretariat also reviews what has been submitted. And if there are anything to rectify in that process, they'll provide support to that. I mean, they provide guidance to that effect as step 9. Then step 10, then the art board. There's a board at the Secretariat of Art, the Winrock Place. There's a board that then will approve all the submissions, including the work done by the VBBs, of course, against the trees registration document and the trees monitoring report. And when that board approves, then the final step is that we get registered, and then we get a first issuance. I mean, we do a first issuance. Issuance now is give out the credits to somebody in return, in exchange for money as a country. So we're just here. But this is the most important step. You get it wrong, you're finished. So we are spending money, but are we sure that we're going to get a return? That's why we hired these different people to, Xavier started the process, Albert is continuing with the process. And here we are. Today we want to share with you some of the outputs from this conversation and this preparation. Next slide. Just to connect a little bit between the LEAF, and you remember I talked a little bit about it. We said that it is until we wanted to join the LEAF discussions that we got to understand that there is a standard the LEAF will use. And when we looked at the standard, we realized, hey, this standard is very serious. Actually, it can be used for something else. Even if the LEAF maybe doesn't, we don't agree. Because you see, with the LEAF, we also have to negotiate. Those $10, what we have to negotiate with them as a country. In fact, we have a team now that has been supporting negotiations for these. It has people from climate change department, from forestry, from finance, but if we don't agree, then we continue using the ATRIS for something else. The Uganda Airlines actually wants to use the ATRIS standard for cutting, I mean, for the transactions. So when we're doing this ATRIS, it can be utilized by anybody else, as long as they want to use it the way we have agreed. So the goal to hold deforestation by financing large-scale tropical forest protection is also the same goal for the ATRIS, like you saw in the vision, but also for the LEAF coalition. So they're related. The LEAF coalition is a coalition of governments and companies, public and private sector. I told you about the 4 governments, the first 3, UK, USA, and Norway, then Korea. And when I say Korea, I'm not talking about North Korea, I'm talking about South Korea. Those 4 governments are the ones that are putting money together with the private sector entities, which are about 23 or so. They keep increasing every other day. And when you read this, you Google and read about the LEAF. I challenge you to Google even tonight. You'll see those different companies. The others, I can't even remember the names because they have, don't have them off cuff. But they're mainly you and USA-based companies. There's some few from Asia that I saw. So the LEAF exclusively transacts credits verified by the ATRIS, like I mentioned. So LEAF will use ATRIS. So if the ATRIS, so the ATRIS, the standard will do everything, and then the LEAF will just pay, right? So the ATRIS was selected in part because of its rigorous social safeguards, and also that adhere to the Cancun safeguards adopted by UNFCCC. I told you that the UNFCCC went to discussing the issue of RED and also other carbon trade transactions. In Cancun, in one of the cities in South America called Cancun, they agreed to have 7 safeguards. And I said safeguards is an issue of do no harm. So you have got to comply with them if you are to trade under the arrangement of UNFCCC. So I find that all the other standards, whether VERA or whatever, they try to align their standards with the Cancun safeguards as well. So I just want you to, I don't want you to mix yourself. They what called the Cancun safeguards, which were the broader 7 safeguards. They include that whatever you do should be in line with the national policies, regulations, and other legislation. Should be in line with the planning framework. Whatever you do, the stakeholders must be seriously involved, including indigenous. In fact, indigenous persons even make it different, a safeguard of its own among the Cancun. Then there are issues of displacement and reversal of these goods that are also supposed to be taken care of. You should not do an investment here and then you cause an outcry there. You know, in terms of a meeting, for example. The issues of biodiversity also are taken care of as one of the Cancun safeguards. You must be able to take care of such. So this standard adheres to that. And when you see in the next slides, you'll see that we actually unpacked the 7 Cancun safeguards into themes and indicators, as you'll see. And there are some things here that for your interest, for example, jurisdictions reduce deforestation through national or subnational scale forest protection programs, emission reductions verified and issued by the ART, transaction of ART credits from jurisdictions purchased or paid for via intermediary after diligence and internal approvals. So what happens is that you must have a financial intermediary, an FI to be able to use for these transactions. Money will not come direct from, you know, from the leaf, for example, to you as a country. There must be some financial intermediate. If you have them in the country, we are now talking with some banks here and there, you know, some show that they can handle this kind of transactions. If you don't, the UN bodies are also financial intermediaries by definition. All those things will be agreed at the time when we are submitting these documents. And if we had gone into leaf, then it will be now, actually. Of course, the leaf is also talking about emission reduction, transact the minimum price of $10 per emission reduction per ton via, again, an intermediary as applicable. Now, this was the contentious issue, $10 minimum, meaning that if the price of the carbon credits goes down to $5, for you will continue being paid what? $10. But if it goes above, that's the negotiation we are trying to, to look for. If it goes to $25, goes to global market. Then we negotiate with them and say, what do we do to that excess? You can't take it all. As a country, we also need. So we agree and say, okay, if it has gone above, maybe up to $25 per ton, then we can agree and say, for me, I'm the owner of these things. So you give me 70% and you also take, because you have also done so much to make sure that you get a better price. The price of a carbon depends so much on the standard you're using and on the confidence the buyers of these credits have in that carbon credit. And the confidence, which is what we call integrity of the carbon credit, comes along things like environmental concerns, the social concerns. Have people been injured as we're preparing this? Have people lost land or not? So all the things, including biodiversity. That's a whole conversation of its own, the integrity of carbon credits. It's a whole PhD thesis. When I was starting my PhD, I thought I should do that, but I didn't. I went for another. I'm still working. Payments to jurisdictions enable additional forest protection and increased climate ambition. So as you do, you know, payments to this jurisdiction, then you increase your ambitions in the NDC. You can use the same money to sort of try to meet your targets for the NDC. And don't ask me so much about, now that this brother of mine is here from Climate Change Department, anything NDC, don't ask me. It is him. He will tell us. and funds channeled to jurisdictions according to fund management best practice. So there must be some best practices that are shown. Next slide. I want to summarize very quickly. It's not the entire day for me to be here, and I'm standing between you and Brechti. So next slide. Now let's go to the safeguards requirements. You see the ATRIS has several requirements, like you saw when we're talking about the eligibility, the last part. One of them, the safeguards requirements, in addition to the carbon accounting requirements and the others, right? So because this meeting is about safeguards, I want to focus on this, but I challenge you to try and read about the other requirements and what they are. There's actually, I'll give you some links to this ATRIS, the last slide, as you'll see, so that you can be able to read, if you love to read. Because you know, this reading thing is not easy. It's not easy, but I hope you love it. So safeguards, key requirements, eligibility criteria aligned to UNFCCC Cancun safeguards and core safeguard requirements. So at national level, you should show that you have addressed and respected the safeguards, having submitted the most recent summary of information to UNFCCC for any area where results-based payments under trees are sought. For example, Uganda submitted a summary of information report to UNFCCC. Sometime I think in 2021, 22, I need to recall. We did that because we had tried to prepare this report based on the readiness phase. Now the readiness phase had so many things that we did. So did we also comply with the Cancun safeguard during that phase, including that time when we prepared the technical annex or results? You know, we have submitted results. Uganda was the first African country, by the way, to submit results to UNFCCC. Results of RED, how much emissions we have. It's voluntary. So when you do it, nobody obligates you to do it, but you can do it. And when you do it, that's why we have all this support coming in, by the way. Because when people saw the country that has submitted some results, and the first one in Africa, in fact, other countries followed after, because the other countries realized that, hey, now Uganda is attracting more people to come and do it. Because for us, we were ready. We wanted to show the world that our results are not concocted. If you want, you come and do it, come and check. But we also went through what we call a technical assessment by some experts, very serious fellows. I recall it was during COVID when I was doing this with a few colleagues who, you know, online meetings, but, you know, they ask you very hard questions, and then you even want to first switch off the laptop and come back in the afternoon, but you have no opportunity. So very hard technical questions. So then you have to seek some support from NFA. And then the guys are not responding. Everybody is affected by COVID, but we're able to submit those results. But so during that period, the time of submission result, time of the readiness phase, it's also good for you to submit a summary of information report, which is showing how you have complied to the safeguards. So as a government, it's a good thing. But you can also have a digital analog system for providing information on safeguards. The safeguard information system that we talked about, we have made some strides on that. We have an architecture. We have a web page for our safeguard information system. We are only waiting to receive some support. I don't know from where. We have thrown some nets somewhere in order to do a comprehensive system so that we are able to report on safeguards using a system which is more transparent, which is connected to GHG MRV system, which is connected to National Forest Monitoring system. So we are trying to do that. At subnational level, you can do the same, but you do those at a scale of RED+ implementation applicable to the country in consistency with the national legislation and all safeguards conformance at the national level. So if you want to do it at the water management zone level, and maybe some project level, then you do it in conformance with what the country requires of you. And if at that subnational level, you have submitted a SOI or safeguards report, it must be at scale, again, consistent with the national report in UNFCCC for that year under the trees itself. And then you demonstrate that safeguards tracking is possible, and or show that there are some monitoring tools that are consistent with the national tracking or tools, in particular with the safeguards information system. So if you're doing anything at a lower level, it must be consistent with the requirements of the safeguards information system that we have prepared. So those are some of the requirements, safeguards requirements that you need to take note of. Next slide. In terms of the structure of the safeguards elements, I told you that the 7 Cancun safeguards became what called principles. And then each Cancun safeguard was unpacked into 16 themes or thematic areas. And we defined the conditions that must be met to address and respect those safeguards. And what we did is that we unpacked the 16 themes into 44 indicators. And those indicators are also being divided into 3: structure indicators, process indicators, and outcome indicators. I hope that Albert should be able to slightly, talk a little bit more on the structure, process, and outcome indicators. So these 44 are also broken down into 3, as you'll see. But the structure indicators just demonstrate relevant governance arrangements, e.g. policies, laws, institutional arrangements that are in place. So you have to look at each of the things that you're doing, each of the indicators, and measure them against whether they meet the national policies, laws, and institutional arrangements, and whether these actually are also in place. Actually, it's a structure about, are these things there? And Uganda is doing very well. Uganda in the region is very, in Africa, in the world anyway, we are very good at having all the things. We have the right institutions. Now we want to merge them. We have the right policies and laws. So we are doing quite so well in terms of these structure indicators for this ATRIS standard. Then the process indicators demonstrate that relevant institutional mandates, procedures, and all mechanisms are in place and enforced. Now that's the most important, and enforced. So if we have these institutions above, if we have these laws and mandates and processes and procedures and mechanisms in place, are we enforcing them? So we're doing 50-50 there, but we have an assessment report that effect that hopefully the consultant in the presentation will be able to touch a little bit. Then outcome indicator demonstrate implementation outcomes. So if we have already started implementing RED plans using the ATRIS, one of the things we shall be measuring will be how these implementation outcomes have been met, for example, including how outcomes have been identified and RO will be monitored. Monitoring is quite important here. But because we haven't started to implement this, that's why we have what we call the plan for conformance, which we are going to share with you. Because now we are delivering this monitoring report and the registration document against non-implementation, right? So we are going, so we have now a plan of conformance, which just shows futuristic. What will happen when we start, for example, start implementing in the future? The consultant will be taking us through that as well. And some of you in the room here will be able to add some value. So there are a list of indicators that can be found. You'll see them. It's not highlighted there. I can't click on it somehow, but I'll share with you the links for you to be able to see all those 44 indicators. But every country prepares their own based on the national circumstances. Next slide. And so these are the themes. Are those 16? Consistent with objectives of national forest programs, consistent with objectives of relevant international conventions and agreements. So whatever you're doing, are they consistent with those? Now this 1.1 and 1.2 was coined out of Cancun Safeguard number 1, which had a combination of that. The Safeguard number 1 for Cancun is looking at whether whatever you are doing of RED Plus meets the objectives of national forest programs as well as relevant international conventions and agreements. So we just, in the wisdom of of those who designed these themes, they just unpacked, they broke down that Cancun Safeguard into, I'm sorry, I think I should have had maybe a slide of the Cancun Safeguard before this, but I don't have it. But just that's why I'm running you through this. We're saying that the Cancun Safeguard number 1 is looking at whether whatever you're doing meets the objectives of national forest programs of the country, like Uganda, and also of relevant international conventions and agreements that we are party to as a country, or that are relevant for whatever you're doing, as we measure whether you're meeting the safeguards requirement for the ATRIS. But I said that 1.1 and 1.2 came from the Cancun Safeguard number 1, so we just broke it down. Then 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 came from a Cancun safeguard number 2, which is looking at respecting and protecting and fulfilling the rights of access to information, promoting transparency and preventing corruption, respecting, protecting and fulfilling land tenure rights, and respecting, protecting and fulfilling access to justice. So those 4 themes emanated from Cancun safeguard number 2. Just a combination of these things. They just break it down and try to refine. Then 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 is looking at participation of indigenous persons and local communities, and every country has a definition for indigenous people. Somebody was arguing in one of the big meetings, I'm also indigenous. I'm also indigenous. So, and then I heard my sister saying that we are the what? The natives. So, why the native? So what's the difference between native and indigenous? So all these things, huh? Native, indigenous, fine. My slides gone again. Okay, fine. All right. Yep. So those the themes 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4 are actually about participation of those indigenous persons, and also participation of the people whom we could define as the local communities, right? So you need to be sure that as you implement, you meet that safeguard requirement. So that's why we have representatives of the local communities and indigenous persons in this room, because we really want to hear from you. And for us, we believe at the Red Plus Secretariat that we have provided the platforms. When you look at the readiness phase, I used to be in the background. I used to be on the core team. Okay, not the background. I used to be on the core team at Red Plus Secretariat when it was being steered by my former boss, Madam Margaret Atieno Mwebese, who did a good job, I must say, who is now the Commissioner for Climate Change Department. And then at that time, Xavier Mugumia was the alternate Red Plus focal point. And I want to let you know, that's why I was asking you whether you've never heard about RED. You must have been somewhere, because we did whatever it took to reach out to even the students at the university, you know. But one of the things I want to let you know is that RED Plus is about consensus building, positive incentives, agree with people and move forward. These days I hear people say, leave no one behind. But RED Plus started doing all those things a long time ago. In the readiness phase, one of the requirements for you to deliver was to make sure you don't leave anybody behind. So that, those themes, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, targeting that particular. And it's point out of Cancun Safeguard number 3, which is about involving indigenous persons and local communities, and also protecting traditional knowledge, because there's knowledge available out there and we're losing it to I don't know whom. Then some themes 4.1 and 4.2 are also almost similar to 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, except they're now looking at protecting and fulfilling the rights of relevant stakeholders, participate in design and implementation of RED Plus actions, and promoting adequate participatory procedures for indigenous persons and local communities. So 3.1 is about identifying those people, respecting the knowledge that they have, and fulfilling the rights of those people. 4.1, 4.2 is about making sure that the participation is adequate for those people above, but also for everybody who is relevant to this conversation. Theme 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 is about non-conversion of natural forests. So you can imagine these safeguard requirements. I told you that sometimes you imagine the commercial trees plantation that we have established, have they been planted in formerly natural forests or not? Somebody keeps asking that question, whether it is on private land or it is in the protected areas. There's always that question. and somebody has been challenging us at the ministry. You are the policymakers. Tell us why? Why have you allowed the people to cut down a natural forest and plant pine? And sometimes we are faced with such a challenge, right? With all the knowledge that we have, that we indeed must do some commercial tree growing for purposes of meeting the demand on the other side for construction wood, and also money, because it's about money. If you don't have a monetary gain from these trees, then physical money, then there might be a problem. But also to save the natural forest. Remember, we agreed that let's plant the marginal land to save the natural forest that we're under threat. So all these reasons are there, but we keep getting challenges, from very many people. You have allowed this to happen. And that is very tight for us. But non-conversion of natural forests, protect natural forests, their biological diversity and ecosystem services, and enhancement of social and environmental benefits. Theme 6 is the issue of risk of reversals, integrated in the design, prioritization, implementation, and assessment of REDD+ policies, actions, and measures. So, the issue of reversals is similar to what I said, that you do something here, and there's also a problem. The risk of displacement of emissions, the design assessment of that, is that you think you are protecting that forest, and then the same people whom probably you have chased are now degrading more the other side. So there's a displacement of emissions. There was supposed to be emission reduction here, but now there is emissions, a lot of emitting there. Displacement of emissions. Reversals is about, okay, you do this today, you go 5 steps forward, and then you lose about 7. Those are 2 different things, right? Those are 2 different things. Okay, I'm trying to bring it home anyway. Next slide. I'm about to complete because really, this is just an example of, of a safeguard indicator with theme 2.4 is the structural indicator for that theme, the process indicator for it, and the outcome indicator. Just an example. You can read it for yourself. We shall share these slides with you. So that's how we have been defining our indicators. And that assessment, that work for trying to define these indicators was also the same work that Xavier started on at the time when he was asked to provide some input. Next slide. In terms of reporting, the first crediting period, I told you that crediting is about giving. And sometimes it is a 5-year, usually 5-year periods. So the first crediting period, in terms of what indicators you have to look out for, so this is why this slide is here. The participants report conformance against all structure and process indicators. So the structure, process indicators. Structure is about, do we have these things in place? Process is about, if we have these institutions and mandates, are they being enforced? You remember that? So for the first crediting period, they're allowing countries, because we shall be learning, to be able to deal with all the structure and process indicators that you have listed and present a plan for achieving conformance with the outcome indicators, or report conformance with the outcome indicators. So you may not necessarily do outcome indicators analysis or compliance to them because you have not started implementing. So the first crediting period, you have that allowance only to deal with the 2 the types of indicators. But in the second crediting period, after the first 5 years, when we are starting, let me give you an example, okay? That's why I wanted a flip chart, but shall get it. Oh, it is there actually. We may need some flip chart so that I can go back to class. But we have 3 indicators. We're talking about structure indicators, process indicators, and outcome indicators. So because we are learning, this is a new standard. We are saying, okay, for the first crediting period, which usually, let me give you an example. Most of the projects for carbon have a long-term period of crediting, maybe over a period of 30 years or more, depending on how you have agreed with the project proponents. So we normally structure it in usually 5 years. I've seen 5 years anyway, in my experience. But so we can say the first crediting period is the first 5 years as you are learning, as you are issuing the credits for the first 5 years, right? So during that period, you can only report on the safeguards requirements for only structure and process indicators. For the outcome indicators, you may not necessarily have to, but you just give a plan of conformance. That's why we have a plan of conformance being, being prepared, right? And then for the second crediting period, now we have learned we must meet all report conformance with all the 3 types of indicators that we had. And all indicators must be met within 5 years before beginning of second crediting period. So in other words, when you do the first crediting period, then you must be able now to assess those other indicators, all the 3 types of indicators. So in the first 5 years, you are learning and making sure that you have all these indicators ready. For subnational participants, safeguards aligned and consistent with national procedures and all applicable legislation. We talked about that. We also need to report on summaries of information and safeguard information system can be used to provide information, demonstrate conformance. So you can either use the system, or like we didn't have a system. We just wrote a report and there's a structure for that report. If we had a system, we'll just inbuild into the system. It produces automatically a report within the system on how we are complying to these safeguards. So when you're reporting, you might want to use those 2 options. Further guidance developed to indicate how to report information and how VVBs might approach confirming participants' conformance with the requirements. There is a TRIZ safeguards guidance document that you can also download and try to read and understand and appreciate. Next slide. I think I want to end here almost. The cycle, as I said, is that when you have a TRIZ, first of all, there is an approved VVB list that you have. You should always have it somewhere. But the first document, the TRIZ registration document, which is provided in year 1, the first year, and it's conducted against information provided by the participant, which is the country, in the registration document. There's also supposed to be a validation report within 12 months of the kickoff. If we started, for example, now, 12 months from now, we need to have a validation report. So we should have a VVB ready to do our validation as we move forward, especially when we have submitted registration documents. So 12 months after, we must also do a validation. Then for the TRIZ, for the verification side, we have a TRIZ monitoring report, which is the output for verification. And for year 1, year 3, and year 5, because the year 2 and 4 are optional, because that's the time when you are, you like monitoring some of these things, you may not monitor every other month, every other 6 months. So we give at least a year off to be able to build momentum for what to monitor. It's like when you plant trees now and you want to go and monitor for whether they have started the flowering, and then you want to go every week to monitor those trees to see whether they have flowered. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So we also give some years to allow for that build up of emissions. Conducted against evidence for safeguards indicators, registration document, and monitoring report. So when you're doing a verification, you must be having evidence for those safeguards indicators having been met, and also evidence for the registration document available, which you get during the validation period. So there must be a registration document that you make reference to as you monitor, and then also the monitoring reports that can be many or can be one, depending. Verification report and statement has to come, therefore, within, again, 12 months of the kickoff. So the validation and the verification almost move concurrently, right? So the Secretariat, which is the WinRock, will request revisions as needed. If there's any revision as you submit, the request for some revisions. The Secretariat will submit recommendation to the board for approval and credit issuance. But I just wanted to emphasize that third-party validation and verification, because we need someone independent, not you, not somebody who has been part of the process, but somebody very independent who comes with an eye, I don't know anything, let me find out. Did they really involve the indigenous people? Where can I get this evidence from? They have said that they had meetings, regional meetings. Then they will look for the Red Plus Secretariat. Then if I don't have those documents, they will ask Emily, can you share with me those those attendance sheets in Kagadi Hillview Hotel in 2024. I remember it was a Tuesday and Wednesday. in the month of May, just before we went for bond. I'll be remembering, oh, please, then you share. Then we share with them and they use it against us if they have to, or for us. So the art registry will contain participant information. So when we conclude this process with the art trees, with the art secretariat, they also have a registry. Like other standards have a registry. The Vera has a registry, Plan Vivo has a registry, Gold Standard has a registry, where they register all the things, all the transactions that they've had. So that registry will contain information for the country, all the documentation for the program, all the validation and verification reports, records of serialized credit issuance, and now the serialized, I don't want to take you into that conversation. Credit cancellation, if there are any, transfer, retirement data, and the pooled buffer account. All the information is in that registry. Next slide. No, I think, no. I want to end there. I don't have to present this. Maybe just to mention that we have done some work so far. I told you we're on step number 3, but within that step number 3, we've been able to do the assessment, which Xavier did. It was very important for us, trying to see how Uganda aligned with the Art-Trees safeguards requirements. We've been able to initiate the preparation of the registration document. We also did a stakeholder engagement plan, thanks to one of our friends who helped us to do that, the Red Plus Secretariat. We've also been able to initiate the preparation of the monitoring report. And now we also have a draft plan for conformance that we have as a way of progress so far on how we are dealing with the Art-Trees safeguards requirements. I just want to let you know that is a piece of work that requires quite a bit of brains. That's why we hired some consultant and a bit of time. You need to concentrate, and we can't complete it without you. We can't do this without you. And so we believe that you are the right people. That's my understanding. So when they invited you here, they know that you can make a contribution. What I don't want you to get scared of is to imagine the Art-Trees registration document or the trees monitoring report. What does it require? No, I think for us, we shall make your life very easy to say, okay, if we have element X and Y, do you think this applies for you, for where you're coming from? And if it doesn't, what do you think? Then you give your views, and then the consultant will be able to analyze that. And rather than taking you through, you being forced to understand what this trees registration or trees monitoring report is all about, that might be an uphill task for you in this meeting in just one day. I thank you. Over to you.
I think you need to, or maybe I need to give you supplementary. You need to clap for Bob one more time. They are clapping twice because of the knowledge about RAID, which you have provided. Those of us who don't know what RAID is, but also the knowledge and understanding of arts and art and trees acronyms, which you have elaborately provided in details. Colleagues, according to the hotel, we have run out of time for tea. I would like us to break for tea, go and finish that item agenda, and when we come back, we push ahead with the program agenda, including asking questions to Mr. Bob Kazungu. That said, I would like to ask somebody, yes, WWF, to provide us with a prayer as we step out for lunch. Sorry, you see, my mind is already corrupted as we go out for break tea.
Okay, Father, we thank you for this time and the far we have gone. We pray as we go to partake of the tea, you bless it and let it strengthen us for the good of this work. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Let's come back after 20 minutes, please. appropriately. Therefore, we need to take a different direction in terms of time management. Before we broke off, Mr. Kazungu had given us a brief understanding of RAID, where he talked about the three stages of the three phases of RAID Plus implementation: the preparation phase, feasibility phase, and implementation phase. And then he delved into art trees. I don't want to go into details about what he said in relation to art trees, but I want to reiterate one thing that he actually mentioned, that the art vision tries to unlock investment to restoration actions targeting RAID. Actually is an acronym that stands for the RAID Environmental and Excellence Standards. Those two he elaborated eloquently in details, and I don't want to go through them again. Only if you have some questions to ask for clarification, you may put up your hand and ask now. I don't see Xavier in. Yeah, there are two hands, but Bob himself is not here yet. Xavier, is Bob outside there? Please, you get him for us, because we have questions to ask. You called the wrong number. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Kazungu. We have some colleagues that have questions for you in the previous session, which we would like you to respond to, and I wouldn't allow them to ask in your absence. I wanted them to ask in your presence. We have so far two hands, one from WWF, and the other one was Masiopsek. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, and thank you, Bob, for the wonderful presentation. I personally learned a lot from it, but the clarification I'm seeking is about the verification and validation process. For example, Frika, the project I'm working for, is going to be validated by Vera. And the credits will be donated to the NDCs of Uganda. So I'm wondering, is there a harmony that will be there between Art and Vera in the validation process? Thank you.
All right. My name is David Mande from the Indigenous Bennett or Masobisho community in Mount Elgon. I have 4 concerns. Number 1, from your presentation, sir, you did mention that some maybe farmers or communities have already signed management agreements or memorandums of understanding in regard to REDD+. The Patwa and the Bennetts up to this level have no idea about that. Is there any way we can get involved? We seem to have been left behind. Number 2, you did mention about risk of displacements. I'm looking at the donors now that we seem to be progressing well. Do they have a limit of capacity in terms of emissions that they need to probably keep at? Because what happens if they continue excess in the limit of the carbon that they emit? Something need to be worked upon that. We may not have further land for these plant trees. And the other thing was on we as indigenous people, we may still need a further engagement with the UA agency, NFA, and probably government on the management of resources. Uganda ratified the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, right? We feel we need to protect even the park areas together. Many times we see UWA, NFA taking lead, and they push us as owners who once upon lived in there. Our indigenous knowledge need to be at work. Otherwise, we feel government has taken the forest and we are not part and parcel of that. And the last one is on, let me keep it. I may hear from other. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Is it from Liantonde or? Yes, Liantonde.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm asking whether a farmer that is interested can get a chance of being registered in order to benefit from the carbon credit. For instance, I have a project on restoring Africa, but the unfortunate part of it says that it won't consider people that planted long term. It will only consider farmers that planted March, May season and other seasons. So some farmers planted last year's and they have good hectares of trees. Can't they be considered here? Thank you.
Yes, you can ask. I'm made to understand that this microphone is also working. Okay, work.
Thank you so much. I'm called Zanka Penina, and I come from Kisoro, representing the Batwa. From so far 8 districts where we are operating. This is United Organization for Batwa Development in Uganda. Thank you so much, Mr. Bob, for the elaborated presentation. Under Safeguard B, there is an issue of FPIC, where the stakeholders have to have the access. And now my question to you and whoever that could have put it in here, we know that the indigenous peoples live around the Batwa, but if I look at the Batwa, the Benet, the Ik, around there, the issue of access to these resources remains a question. Bring it down to the Batwa, the access to the resources within Mugahinga, Echuya, and the Blind Forest, the national parks. It's still a really big challenge. They have got traditional knowledge, yes, as you've brought it clearly, but this traditional knowledge is dying on the way. Whether they are educated or not, this traditional knowledge it could be of a useful if they could be using it together with the science, where we expect the results to be so best. Now, if you talk about the FPIC, the free prior informed consent, please, we need more elaborate on that, because in most cases, you may find it on a paper, but not applied to these indigenous peoples. We've got so many examples that we would share as citizens of Uganda, where they are losing out. Then if you look at the RED+ knowledge that we are acquiring here, and a few of us reading some bits of it, my question is, how best would the indigenous peoples get more knowledge on this, for them to really articulate, for them to own the project, for them to get to understand much of the RED+. Let it not be like just there. We appreciate your inviting us, your environment, the involvement to have a few, but how can it trickle down to the owners, to the indigenous peoples, to understand these technicalities? You see, it sometimes becomes a little bit hard for the people who went to school, but these are indigenous peoples who are using the traditional knowledge in understanding the way they managed these forests. So if an animal comes that it's RED+, how would they get to understand it fully? And how would the information flow than these small bits of information that the indigenous peoples and local communities who owns these resources, who owns this traditional knowledge, would really understand it fully for their contribution and their more benefits from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we now have four people, but around 6 questions. We have another round. We have Mr. Bob Kazungu. You have to answer the question from DFO Liantonde, where she is asking the Restore Africa project, tree planting initiatives under Restore Africa project. You have to answer the gentleman from WWF about Vera. How is it linked to art trees? You have to answer the lady. You have not introduced yourself, and yet you came in a little bit late. Yeah, you introduced yourself. Yeah. The free prior informed consent, knowledge transfer to them, to the people, and the question of leaving nobody behind. Mr. Kazungu, they are your questions.
True, they're my questions. I cannot run away from them. I have to attempt. I'm not sure that I'll be able to address them entirely, but let me do my best. I'll start with the last one. Normally, the last one is what you remember easily, just to. I think the issue of how this REDD+ knowledge trickles down to how best can we make sure that trickles down to, I like the way you're calling them owners. That is quite, a good language, especially for somebody representing the indigenous persons. I think it's it's one thing that generally REDD+ needs to do anyway, because when I became the REDD+ focal point, I started to ask myself so many questions. That during the readiness phase, we developed what we call participatory structures. Those structures are sort of like platforms where people can be engaged, for any REDD+ related aspects, including awareness raising, capacity building, and things like that. And actually, when you read those participatory structures, the documents that were prepared, we have some specificity to the indigenous persons, how we can engage them. So I think to me, because REDD+ is not only about the Ministry of Water and Environment, we believe that we can use the same platforms to reach out to, because those platforms, those structures detail how are you going to engage with those people, whether you are raising awareness or you are, doing a sensitization or even building capacity. So it's just a matter of utilizing those structures. The other thing which has been on my mind since I became the REDD+ focal point was how to implement the REDD+ strategy and action plan. When you read the REDD+ strategy and action plan, you'll realize that we had planned for taking the lower local governments, taking it lower. In the sense, yes, we used to do some sensitization drives here and there. We camped the radio stations and local governments, a couple of, not all, we sampled and things like that. But we also think in practice, we have to, and actually we have been looking for resources to do that. We've actually put in some money in the budget for next financial year to start with. If you don't get external, then you go internal and see. Or you start with internal, then externals can come. To see how we can unpack this REDD+ monster, the lower local governments, including the people that we cannot miss out in those local governments. So we believe that is good. And it's going to happen quickly. Why? Because this is the time for us to have a clear understanding, because it's when as we go to the results-based payments phase, you'll have so many questions. So we don't want you to, we want to provide information to you so that you don't ask so many questions when we start these transactions of REDD. So we want to do it as quickly as possible. So that answers the issue of knowledge transfer. Of course, the FPIC is a terminology which started a long time ago, even before REDD, but it was amplified during the REDD processes. Free, prior, informed consent, just the way it is. And I was telling you that REDD is about consensus building. Somehow you agree, like we're here, taking your views, and we're going to be, talking about the things here until we reach some sort of so an opportunity that we have, for whatever opportunity that we have, we make sure we reach a consensus. FPIC is all about that. Have you requested for an input from the people before you proceed on anything, whether it's a safeguard element, whatever it is? Are you able to seek the consent of those involved before you do that? So this is what FPIC is all about. It's a good tool to use for participation. If you want to really ensure that people fully participate in a process, FPIC is one of those tools, just like the other tools that, the PRAs and the others. So it's almost like a PRA tool. The issue of access, that's a difficult one for me, because there are still arguments about access to what and the how. you know, and that kind of thing. But I think the safeguards, you saw one of the themes there. And of course, when you now dig deeper to the indicators, we have that whole indicator on access to resources, the right to access. So for REDD+, I think it is quite important that people should be able to access if they are to access. But of course, you know, we also have to know that there is a history behind all these things. If it is indigenous persons, we know what has been happening. We know what, when you go to Karamoja, you'll see certain things happen. The Ika, for example, have lived in those places. Okay, let me not go far. The Batwa, we have history about their having lived in those forests for some time. But we also have some history of their having been on the fringes of the forest. So which is which? I think we need to, it is something that needs further discussion and agreement with these indigenous persons. Otherwise, we have arguments from UAT saying that no, but these people actually have just encroached to some extent, right? Then we have arguments from the indigenous person saying, no, the government has taken over our land. So which is which? There have actually been some studies to that effect, which many of you are aware about. But the question is, can we get a win-win? Can we have access without dwindling the resource and also without degrading the estate? To my sister Joeria from Liantonde, Restore Africa wants to do what many carbon development projects do. They want to start with you. They want to start with an assurance that they are aware of what you're trying to do in terms of the different management aspects for those trees and things like that. Because you see, when you enter into an agreement with somebody for carbon, you must be sure that that person either is conserving that forest to an extent that will deliver that service of the carbon, or whether that person has looked after that tree, if it's a planted tree, and to an extent that will deliver that carbon, because you have some estimates, you have some computations, you must have some baselines and things like that. So it's difficult for them to do retrospective, to have a baseline with people that they have never been engaged with. That's why they're saying, oh, we need to start with you. Because now they're on the ground. I'm sure they have some people now working with them on the ground. So they're safer to work with somebody in this planting season of March to May, for example. That's why. But otherwise, the opportunities for these other farmers to benefit are there, but they may not necessarily benefit from the REDD. Maybe I just didn't make it a bit clear. The REDD approach is one of the other approaches for carbon, through which carbon can be transacted. The other two common ones are the ARR, afforestation, deforestation, and revegetation. And then the other one is the IFM, improved forestry management. So those three aspects. So REDD+ is one of them. And REDD+ seems to be more superior to them because of those requirements. You know, the requirements of safeguards, the requirements of a monitoring system, the requirements of, so even the others have tried to copy that, but they don't do it the way REDD does it. So the REDD credits attract more people in terms of buying. If you had the REDD credit here, another one here, people would be interested in buying the REDD+ credit done. And REDD+ credit is that one which has been delivered using the requirements for REDD, which include a baseline, for example, all the things we talked about, the safeguards requirements where people have to be involved and things like that. Now, the other IFM and ARR, sometimes they don't as stringent in terms of the requirements. For example, if you want to engage somebody with a pine plantation who planted 5 years ago, and you want to pay for some credits accruing from that pine plantation, that could be an ARR project, for example. So you can get to that person, do some assessments, get to know how much the tree is sequester per acre, and then you compute, of course, for overall. It's quite easy. You may not ask the person about whether it may not be so much of a requirement, and they actually attract even less money, those kind of approaches, because you don't dig deep to understand whether there is any harm, seriously, that could have been caused by by that investment there and things like that. So I just wanted to make that clear. So those kind of farmers who are not being taken care of by Restore Africa can actually be engaged by another party. But the question is, where are those people? You know, and that's where it is. So normally we normally do a scan through the landscape at the Red Pass Secretariat to know who is where and who are the people. So we are sort of initiating a registry of sorts within the Red Pass Secretariat. Every time we hear that there's somebody who is involved in carbon, we want to know what are they exactly doing. If it is red, is it exactly red or not? But maybe they will, okay, if they call it red, somehow they'll come to the Secretariat for some technical maybe questions or aspects to be, or even there are people who are going to fund will have to make sure they engage with the Red Pass Secretariat. But we have found that there are many people out there, some private sector, NGOs, or whatever, who are engaging some people for carbon, which is not necessarily Red Plus. And so those people can actually take, if they're in your landscape, because sometimes a small pilot, a small project of carbon, and it's in a landscape other than Yantonde, for example. So you must be, and so they may not be comfortable with coming to Yantonde, Wende, and Karamoja, for example, because of the costs of trying to monitor all that and that. But we have seen some dotted people having here and there and amalgamating that, but it doesn't work very well, but so we have somebody in that landscape who is willing to take up, those farmers, those are the questions. And who has the answers? Not exactly me. It might be somebody else. So the opportunities are there, but sometimes they take long to come through. But many people are interested in starting with you because you planted a tree for the purpose. So if you're planting those trees for firewood, and then in the middle you turn around and say, I want carbon, those are two different things. You might not benefit exactly from the carbon as you think you would. It's true, I agree. The issue of working with UA more, I think this is my colleague from Mount Elgon. Yeah, you have to continue engaging with UA because UA is the government entity that is responsible for managing those national parks and wildlife reserves. So you have to keep engaging them. And the reason why the future project was closed in Mount Elgon was because of such issues where the indigenous peoples felt that they were not benefiting as much. And they raised the red flag. One of the reasons, there are other reasons, but they raised a red flag. And every time a red flag is raised, of course, the people who come to verify will try to dig a little bit deep to find out whether it is true, because somebody can also allege. And so the involvement of indigenous people is very important. If the decision that is being made and you need to be involved, we think that there must be evidence. There must be written evidence that this conversation has happened. All the things happen even with the FPIC. So you need to continue engaging with UA. Moderator, I think I want to conclude by this question of, I'll combine the two, the issue of displacement, whether the donors, and I think you said donors are talking about the buyers of the carbon credits, right? Is that what you mean by donors in this context? This was raised by a colleague from David Mande.
David Mande has moved out.
Is David Mande. The donors you're talking about, are they the buyers of the credits? When you said donors, or you're talking about? Okay.
We know this is what is happening at the moment. Now that we will plant trees and they will buy, won't they increase the carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide over the other side? Since they're already sure we have the absorbers.
That's an argument we had, as if you on the table were seated with some colleagues. It's an argument we have been had. It's also a global argument that we're saying, okay, if you guys in Europe think that we can, for us, we're just going to help you sequester and then you continue to pollute, I think that's not fair. So the decisions that are being made with the UNFCCC are such that some of them are universal. If you're in the developed world, you need to also improve technology, for example. You need to actually show that you're also reducing on emissions, even when you should meet your net zero targets that you highlighted either in your NDC or you pledged somewhere. at the COP26. So you must be able to also show with evidence that you're reducing emissions. Otherwise, for how long are we going to continue? Yeah? Sequestering for you. So that's the argument we're having at the global level. The question of MOUs, no, I think these MOUs I talked about were not with the BATWA or with the, we have come across projects brought to our desks saying that, okay, we want you to approve our carbon project, but we have these farmers, a list of about 1 million farmers, and those farmers have already entered into MOUs with them. So the question is, we don't know what is in the MOUs. We don't know what we have agreed with these farmers. So, and they want us to approve. So we keep asking for additional information because we don't want to say yes or no. And yet, if we lose something good, yes. And, we endorse you for punishing for injuring our communities. Yeah, FRECA and Vera and harmonization. I think that's the last one. True. Vera is working with government to, first of all, harmonize the baselines. In fact, the data that is coming from Vera is going to be used by government. That's what we have agreed with them recently. So if that is the case, it means therefore that there is no, we don't have any discomfort that raised between the two standards, for example, if government is using another standard or if anybody is using another standard. So what's happens actually is that every standard has its rules of the game, and because it is business, it is a liberalized economy, we allow them to do that. But we're also saying that we want you to share with us the information that you have such that we don't appear to be either double counting of sorts of certain things or don't appear to be conflicting with each other. So this is the agreement we have between some of these standard bodies and also government. So we shall have a harmonized baseline. You can't use a baseline different from what we have. In any case, the people who are going to work on these baselines are actually government also with Vera. Yes, they'll bring in experts, but the government is going to be fully involved. So there will be some harmony, unlike in the past.
Thank you. Thank you for the answers you have provided. I would like to allow one person to ask that question you have, and then we move on.
Yes, thank you, the presenter, for the wonderful presentation. My question is simple. We usually get phone calls as technical people to help the ones who intend to join the carbon credit. And usually they ask that on average, how much trees, maybe in acreage, do I need, to qualify at least to sequester 1 ton of carbon? Then another question that usually comes after that is, for how long should I look after these trees, maybe without cutting them or harvesting them for any other purpose? Then I think those are the ones.
No, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much. I am inquiring, what plans does the program have for the rest of the Ugandans who may not be having land and they are affected in one way or the other? They would wish to, but there is no land. Thank you so much.
Okay. In to answer those, you will require less than 3 minutes. Mr. Kazungu, time is not our best ally.
I don't have a specific answer because every tree species sequesters differently, and so I wouldn't want to say this and that and that. It also depends a lot on the growth rate. I see people making mistakes to tell people that, you see, in 1 hectare of pine can sequester this, but that is not correct. You need to do more work to be able to understand the exact number of trees that can sequester a ton of carbon. So it varies between. Indigenous trees are quite good at that, but so it ranges. Also the size of the tree, the diameter at breast height, and so it's quite a big, difficult one for number of trees. If it was for acreage, maybe it's a bit bitty, but for number of trees, it's a difficult one. But maybe I have some averages, maybe I can share. But maybe John Begumana, are you here? He has moved out. He is there. The trees that you've been working with, maybe you can, from a practical point of view, you can help my brother there. How many trees can sequester? Pine trees, but I know it's a difficult one.
Yeah, you have transferred that to him.
I've transferred that to him.
But you answer him first.
Gotta first answer him.
And also for how long should you keep? It depends on the program. You say we have said that you enter into an MOU with some people for a certain period of time because they're interested in crediting for a certain period of time for some reason. So that can be 20 years, 30 years or so, right? And when you sign off that MOU agreement, then you have locked up yourself for that period of time. It can even have legal implications anyway. So it depends on the crediting periods, depends on the time that program. Some are 15 years, 20, but more usually 20 to 30 years, usually. So it depends, right?
You have this one online. Can you specify the roles of DFOs in REDD+ and carbon trading by Mr. Bachika?
That's a very hard one also. Yes, the DFOs are technical persons at that level. And so they engage with the farmers, they provide technical support to the farmers. They should provide information on what the benefits are for carbon. So in other words, they should have capacity built to that extent that when you're faced with a challenge like what my brother was asking, in number of trees, that is first a ton, then it will be easy for them to be able to answer that. So DFOs will do capacity building, they will do awareness raising. They will also be able, later on, they should be able to participate in verifications, depending if government takes up that role, for example, be able to be part and parcel of verification teams to be sure that they actually indeed these credits are being raised in such and such a place. But also they provide technical support to their local governments, district councils and the like we have in the law. And so there will be so many questions. MOUs will be entered between local governments and farmers and NGOs and private sector. And MOUs will be between the local government and those before exam. And so the DFOs might be able to provide that support prior to, so capacity has to be built and quickly. And this is our aim as the REDD+ Secretariat in the coming few days or weeks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and let me take this opportunity to introduce myself. John Ayonjera Begumana is my name. Straight to the question, there is, depending on how we want to work out this, but there is a tendency of people thinking that the way you account for carbon is the carbon that is in the trees. It goes beyond that. Yes, this is the carbon that is in the trees, but also how you manage the trees for your woodlot. And you can do it if you want to continuously be earning, you can do it in a smarter way. So when trees are growing, they sequester carbon dioxide. So they lock up the carbon. When you harvest them, the carbon is converted back into carbon dioxide. But imagine a situation where you have 2-3 woodlots. This is an example like of one woodlot. The trees grow, you harvest, they grow, you harvest. You can assume that you have this average line as your overall carbon stock over the years. But you can also do a mix. You can do two separate woodlots, plant them at different times, but at any one time you have carbon. You don't even need to come down up to zero. So we need to understand and to see how we can explain to our people. And also depending on the methodology you are using or where you register your carbon stocks. For example, Plan Vivo allows you to get to earn from carbon stocks from single trees. For them, they count trees. They don't do woodlots where they count carbon per hectare. For them, this is carbon per tree. So depending on the trees you plant, you can claim the carbon stocks of those trees. The approach is totally different. And Plan Vivo is trying to work with smallholder farmers, people who don't have enough land, but they can plant trees around their farms. They can put shade trees in their pastures, that kind of thing. They can also do woodlots. But the principle of Plan Vivo is more not to do with the carbon. It is to help people who wanted to have some trees, but they couldn't because of some barriers. Maybe they can't access seedlings. Maybe they don't even have enough money to buy the seedlings. So they are given seedlings in advance. And you plant the trees that you need, not for carbon. For example, if I want to have passion fruits, but I'm looking for trees that can support my passion fruits. So I plant that tree, whether it is ficus or Albizia, that will support my passion fruit business. I do not plant pine because pine will not support my business. So the concept is totally different. And the buyers of the credits from that approach are buying it mainly looking at the contribution of these small holder farmers. They are also making a contribution. Now, the big buyers, the big polluters normally don't go for that. Remember, carbon credits are generally bought by the big polluters who they are in their own countries, they are obliged not to go beyond certain emissions. So they can't work with small farmers because they never achieve what they want. They are looking for big investments, big investors who plant hundreds and thousands of hectares. We are talking forest now. Or if NFA could commit itself and we say we have not been performing well and we want to reduce the rate of deforestation in our estate, and when you do the calculations of reducing the emissions, you get high volumes. The big investors are looking for such approaches. So it is a very big market and everyone is in there depending on their interest. I hope it has helped you somehow when you are working with farmers. And the smallholder farmers, if you are pitching a project for the smallholder farmer, the deal is not carbon. If the deal is carbon, they'll get frustrated and the project will fail. For them, carbon is a token of appreciation. Now, the big investors, the real business is carbon. Thank you.
So, I would like us to join our hands and thank Mr. Kazungu for the elaborations and in style. And also to thank Mr. John Begumana for elaborate explanation of the questions. No, he didn't do that. He didn't.
The big investor didn't have to go. Whereby when a hectare of pine, you can get 300
Yes, you explained that very well by giving an example of EcoTrust and its link to Plan Vivo and the way they plant trees vis-a-vis the big planters. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of that session. We are getting into another session. And in this session, we would like to build onto the knowledge Mr. Kazungu has provided us, and we delve into the initial tree monitoring report. And I would like to invite Mr. Albert Tuijuche to take us through that presentation so that we get the bridging. Yeah, we will be able to bridge to get an understanding of the linkages between Mr. Kazungu's presentation and the presentation is going to make.
Thank you very much. This builds on the initial presentation, and it is an amalgamation of the work which Mr. Bob Kazungu has been referring to as what has been happening in the country in the area of REDD+ up to this point. So we have summarized, and of course I know I've seen at least some faces, the people who have been participating in the workshops, the different regional workshops. So I know you have been, some of you have been a part of this journey up to this point. So we are going to see how the monitoring report looks like. As of now, we can move. So the presentation, we have an introduction. We have a brief about the participant information. This is the general introduction really. Then we'll clarify Uganda's position on the different safeguards, and then we'll have an interaction. Move. So you have already seen this. We know that at least we have 7 different Cancun safeguards, from which we have 16 themes. And we can for now say that each of these themes has 3 kind of outcomes. You saw the structural outcomes, saw the process outcome, and we saw the structure indicators, the process indicators, and then the outcome indicators. So we should be having, if we multiplied by 3, these should have been about 48. But because 6 and 7 have 1 indicator each, then we go back to 44 indicators. So we can move on. We shall be looking at how Uganda is elaborating each of these indicators. For example, if we looked at the first safeguard, which says that actions are complementary or consistent with the objectives of national forest programs and relevant international conventions and agreements, this has been divided into 2 themes, as Mr. Bob has already explained, and each of these themes has 3 indicators. The first theme is consistency. REDD+ activities, they are consistent with the objectives of national forest programs. So under that, we have the structure indicator saying that domestic legal frameworks for REDD+ actions is clearly defined and designed in consistency with the national and, if applicable, subnational forest programs. So we'll be looking at each of these and then we see where the country stands. So let's move to the next. So the participant information for Uganda, this is the address, Ministry of Water. The name, I think, is for the permanent secretary. The crediting period for which we are reporting is from 1st of January 2018 up to 31st December 2022. We can move to the next. Okay, so what does Uganda say about Safeguard A? That actions are consistent with the objectives of national programs and relevant international conventions and agreements. First of all, to understand it easily is that the REDD Plus activities must be implemented in compliance with the objectives of national forest programs and consistent to the provisions of relevant treaties and international conventions, which Uganda is a party. So we can also move to the next page, because this is what we are going to in detail. So the first theme, if we look at the structural indicators that the legal framework and policy supporting Uganda's REDD Plus actions is enshrined in a number of policies, laws, and regulations. So where do we stand as far as policies, laws, and regulations are concerned in supporting the REDD Plus actions? The first one is that we have a national REDD Plus strategy, which was developed in 2020. And then we also have the Uganda Forestry Policy of 2001 and the Forestry and Tree Planting Act of 2003 as the basic policies and laws that will govern REDD Plus actions. In addition to that, of course, there is an elaboration of what each one does as far as REDD Plus is concerned. The first one is that the REDD Plus, the Uganda Forest Policy deals with conservation and sustainable management and the development of forests in the country. So the second one is that we have the climate change policy, which prioritizes forestry as an adaptation sector and calls for active promotion of joint REDD Plus actions between public and private sector actors. The other thing is that Uganda has an updated nationally determined contributions, which prioritizes REDD Plus activities, and Uganda aims to contribute 36.7 million tons of carbon emission reductions by the year 2030. The other thing is that we have the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which sets targets regarding implementation of climate change mitigation and adaptation. And it mentions reducing deforestation and enhancing carbon stocks as important. And these are key to the main activity of REDD Plus. The other one is that we have the Forest and Tree Planting Act of 2003, which provides for conservation and sustainable management and development of forests to the benefit of all the people of Uganda. Before that, the process indicator, before that page. The process indicator for theme 1 is that we want to see public institutions having a mandate, having procedures and resources to ensure REDD Plus actions are designed and implemented in consistency with the broader legal and policy framework of the forest sector, and that inconsistencies are identified and resolved. So here we are looking basically at the institutional framework that would be able to achieve that requirement in the process indicators. We have looked at the different institutions. Of course, the other thing which I wanted to say is that sometime later, we'll look at the detailed report together, which we have not been able to print enough copies, but when we are doing group work, we'll be able to look at the detailed report, which has some of the things which may not be put in the PowerPoint, and then we'll base on that to guide our discussion. So we look at the roles which the Ministry of Water and Environment does, the Forest Sector Support Department does, the National Forestry Authority does,
and all the other institutions which have that mandate and are able to put in place the procedures and resources to ensure REDD+ actions are designed and implemented in consistency with the legal framework. So the Ministry of Water is the line ministry, and it is responsible, it is mandated for initiating regulations, for instituting policies, for setting standards, inspection, monitoring, and coordination. And these are necessary. All the monitoring coordination related to the REDD+, the ministry, the line ministry responsible is the Ministry of Water. Then the Forest Sector Support Department is responsible for managing and overseeing forest sector development in Uganda, and works hand in hand with other players like the National Forestry Authority, District Forestry Services, civil society organizations, and the private sector. The National Forestry Authority should develop and manage central forest reserves, promote innovative approaches for community participation, and in the management of central forest reserves. It should implement management plans for the various forest reserves and establish procedures for sustainable utilization of the resources, of the forest resources. District local governments are responsible for planning, among others, of course, for planning, for forests and wetlands, for land administration, for surveying, for licensing, the different people involved in trade, for example, of related products, for probation and welfare. And all these are relevant, as we shall see moving forward. And then there is the Uganda Wildlife Authority, which is responsible for sustainable management of wildlife conservation areas, and also to develop and establish management plans for ensuring the conservation of wildlife conservation areas. So we can move to that. That is the outcome indicator. Now, about outcome indicators, now that the country is moving into implementation of REDD+ actions, this, when they come in for monitoring and related activities, this is what they would want to look at. What have you stated that you will do, and what have you done? So the first thing we have arranged them in form of indicator for monitoring. What is the indicator about? What will be the verifier? What is the source of information? What methodology will you use? And what are the responsible institutions or parties? So for example, we have talked about the indicator, which is related to ensuring that you have the institutions, you have the laws in place to ensure that whatever you are doing in REDD+ is in line with the legal, policy, and related framework. So what do we have to see? The first thing is that we are saying that the legal and regulatory and policy interventions create an enabling environment for REDD+ activities to contribute to the objectives of the National Forest Policy. That is what we need to monitor. But what is the indicator? How is it defined? The first thing is that we are saying that this assesses the coherence of REDD+ actions with National Forest Policy. What will be the verifier? When they come in, they will look at the REDD+ strategy, the REDD+ policy, FPIC, CESA, benefit sharing agreements and arrangements, and others. So we look at the source could be the REDD+ documentation, REDD+ strategy, policy, benefit sharing agreements, and drivers for deforestation and forest degradation. And then the methodology will be desk review and any amendments, the introduction of specific legislation, if there is any which is likely to be introduced, and then the responsibility will be the Ministry of Water, the National Forestry Authority, NEMA, and then the Red Plus Secretariat. The next thing is National Red Plus structures are established and functional. The purpose is for this is to assess the existence and operationalization of Red Plus governance structures, and then these would be verified by the existence of terms of reference, the existence of steering committees, the existence of stakeholder engagement meetings. These would be able to show that the structures are established and they are functioning. And then, of course, the methodology is those TORs available, meeting reports, meeting minutes, and all the other. So the National Climate Change Advisory Committee that serves as the Red Plus Steering Committee is established and functional. Again, this will be to do with the assessment of the existence and operationalization of Red Plus management structures. Then the other thing will be an assessment of the number of Red Plus leases issued by Ministry of Water and UA. And then the other one is the government budget allocated for emission reduction programs and activities across all departments, including the staff involved in Red Plus activity. Let's move to the next. Okay, so we move to theme number 2, which looks at consistency of the objectives with relevant international conventions. We need to know that domestic and, if applicable, subnational legal frameworks or policies recognize and promote applicable the application of ratified relevant international conventions and agreements in the context of the design and implementation of Red Plus. So here we know that Uganda has domesticated many international conventions and agreements which can be related to the design, which are related to the design and implementation of Red Plus. Uganda is a signatory of UNFCCC, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. There is the Uganda National Biodiversity Action Plan, which is more or less the domestication of the Convention on Biodiversity, on biological diversity. There is the Paris Agreement, which has been domesticated in the form of Uganda's nationally determined contributions. There are others like Kyoto Protocol, or the Ramsar, the cities, sites, African Charter for Human and People's Rights, African Convention. All of these are relevant as far as the implementation, the design and implementation of Red Plus activities is concerned. Let's move to the process indicator. Here, we want to see whether the institutions, the public institutions have a mandate and use this mandate and procedures and resources to design and implement Red Plus actions that recognize and promote the application of ratified relevant international conventions. The role of the institutions which are relevant in this case are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which determines the country's international policies and provides for accreditation where needed, and of course has recognized Red Plus as a global framework. The other one is the Ministry of East African Affairs, which deals with the transboundary resources, and this can be used for offsetting emissions. There is Ministry of Trade, which guides investments. The Office of Prime Minister, which designates and allocates work to the different entities and the different offices in the country. The Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, their role is to understand existing laws and how they will relate to Red Plus, and providing guidance on the right, tenure and access to RED Plus benefits. The other one is the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is mainly for enforcement, and the Parliament of Uganda passing the necessary laws and regulations related to RED Plus, and the non-governmental organizations which provide for the needed information, and they are active in the areas of conservation and the implementation of RED Plus actions. Let's move to the next. So in this case, outcome indicators, we are looking at the design and implementation of RED Plus actions have been consistent with or have complemented the objectives identified, ratified, and so what do we need to follow up in that area? The indicator for monitoring in this case would be the legal and regulatory and policy interventions complemented, that they complemented the objectives of identified, ratified, and relevant international conventions and agreements. What is the definition of that indicator? To assess the coherence of RED Plus actions within agencies and implementation bodies for relevant international convention, and then the responsibility will be with the Ministry of Water, NFA, and NEMA, but also the responsibility will be with the Ministry of Justice, I think, and Constitutional Affairs, and then the advisors and as far as laws are concerned. Let's move to Cancun Safeguard B, which says that there is transparent and effective national forest governance structures taking into account national legislation and sovereignty. So what the basic interpretation is that the rights of access to information, accountability, justice, gender equality, land tenure, and fair distribution of benefits will be respected and promoted in the scope of application of RED Plus. The first theme is that the right of access, there is right of access to information is promoted in the context of implementation of RED Plus. The second theme is promote transparency and prevent corruption, including through the promotion of anti-corruption measures. The third is respect, protect, and fulfill land tenure rights. And then the fourth is respect, protect, and fulfill access to justice. Let's look at the first one in brief detail. Next page. What is the structure indicator in this case? That participants like Uganda have in place a legal framework, policies, and programs for accessing information related to RED Plus actions in accordance with international human rights standards, and those are anchored in relevant ratified international conventions, agreements, and domestic, and if applicable, subnational legal framework. So Uganda has established the specific legal frameworks that define the procedures and enhance access to information about safeguard plans, benefit sharing, generation and enhancement of non-carbon benefits. The information access, there is information Access to Information Act, which provides the procedure for access to information and records from any public body, with some exceptions, of course. This act provides for the procedure through which one can access the information, and also prescribes the form of information which can be requested. In case, of course, there is a need for payment for some of the information, the institutions have in place a way they say you can access this, but you will pay for this, and then you can wait for this period. So there is also the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act, which provides for forestry specific information access guidance. And then the National Environment Management Act has listed the steps through which one can access, manage, integrate, and publicize environmental information. Let's look at the next one, the process indicators, which are the institutions. We are looking at the fact that public institutions have made use of mandates, procedures, and resources for accessing information related to REDD+ actions in line with relevant international conventions and agreements. And then we are saying that the Ministry of Water has a dedicated communication strategy, and it has also prepared several REDD+ specific framework, like the Uganda Indigenous Peoples Planning Framework for implementing REDD+ strategy and actions, the process framework for implementation of Uganda's REDD+ strategy also identifies structures and actors in REDD+ activities, as well as ways of how to go about handling the grievances, and then the environment and social management framework. All these are contained in the REDD+ framework, which have been prepared and are available at Ministry of Water. Let's move to the next. So the outcome indicators, the first indicator for monitoring is that the legal framework is in place to support the procedures for accessing information. And then the other one is that there is adequate, inclusive information about REDD+ policies, strategies, and activities. And this information is publicly accessible via the different information portals, like the REDD+ website and the FGRM. Let's move to the next. The next theme is to promote transparency and prevention of corruption, including promotion of anti-corruption measures. What does the country have in place as measures in the form of laws, policies? The first one is that Uganda has established measures to reduce corruption and promote accountability and good governance in the form of the different laws, starting with the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which says that all offices shall be held in the trust of the people, that all persons placed in these offices of leadership and responsibility shall in their work be answerable to the people, and that all lawful measures shall be taken to expose, combat, and eradicate corruption, abuse, or misuse of power by those holding political and other public offices. The second one is the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act, which emphasizes transparent access to fees, licenses. It provides for the board of directors whose function include reviewing and approving operating plans, budgets, reports, and audited financial statements of NFA in accordance with sound financial management and commercial practices. And it requires that the Auditor General audits the National Forest Authority's accounts every financial year. There is also the Anti-Corruption Act of 2009, which provides for effectual prevention of corruption in both public and the private sector. And then the anti-money laundering, and then the leadership code, which requires all people in offices of leadership to declare their assets and what they have. So the process indicator shows how public institutions have made use of their mandates, procedures, and resources, apply anti-corruption measures, and promote transparency. So we look at the different institutions which are established in order to fight corruption. The first one is that the Constitution of Uganda establishes the Office of the Inspectorate of Government, in order to foster strict adherence to the rule of law and the principles of natural justice, and also to eliminate corruption and abuse of authority or office. The National Forestry and Tree Planting Act provides for the board of directors, whose role is to, we have seen, to plan, to budget, to ensure that the accounting is done in line with good practices. The other one is the Anti-Money Laundering Act, which established the Financial Intelligence Authority in order to combat money laundering. There is the PPDA as a measure to ensure that all buying and selling of public assets is open and transparent, and the steps are made proof of corruption. There is the Office of the Auditor General, which prepares and tables audited accounts for all activities implemented in all sectors, including REDD+. The Ministry of Local Government has an inspectorate directorate, which deals with what happens at the district in order to ensure that the people who are handling forestry-related activity at the district are kept in check. We can move on. So here we also want to, the outcome indicator looks at the finances which are related to REDD+ policy, strategies and activities, how they are managed, and whether they are managed with integrity, transparency, and accountability. The other one is that they look at result-based payments, that they are attributed in a transparent and accountable manner according to the benefit sharing plans. The other one is that there is sustainable financing mechanisms secured to positively incentivize REDD+ activities, and that the REDD+ Secretariat or Ministry of Water and Environment submit annual audited accounts and reports. And if all of these are done, then there is a good effort in ensuring that corruption is going to be kept in check. We can move to the next. So how do we show that there is compliance with the safeguard that requires respect and protection and the fulfillment of land tenure rights? What are the laws? What are the policies? What are the programs which are in place in Uganda to show that? Uganda's land tenure system is regulated under the Constitution, and there is also the Land Act of 1998, which provides unique categories of land and defines lawful occupant, bona fide occupant. The act also imposes a duty on landowners to manage land in accordance with other existing legislation. So the National Forests and Tree Planting Acts and the National Forest and Tree Planting Regulations recognizes the different categories of forests, like the central forest reserves, local forest reserves, community forests, private forests, and forests forming part of the wildlife conservation. Now, the other one is the Uganda Wildlife Act, which defines land management as a wildlife conservation area, and it also creates procedures for such conservation to be conservation areas, including how they will be accessed, how they will be used, how the different wildlife rights. It defines all that. We can move to the next. The next thing is the process indicator, which shows the different institutions and how they have used their mandates. For example, the Uganda Land Commission, the district land boards and land committees, which are responsible for land management, including demarcation, mapping, registration of rights, occupancy, registration of communal land associations, and mediation in the case of conflicts. So the Land Act also provides for procedures for securing customary land. And then the Uganda Wildlife Act creates the community wildlife committees as liaisons between national institutions and local communities. The National Forest and Tree Planting Act details the procedures on how forest resources can be accessed and how they can be used. The National Forest Authority is mandated to manage the 506 Central Forest Reserves, and the Forest Sector Support Department is mandated to provide support policy and provide oversight to National Forest Authority and the District Forest Services. The District Forest Officers, they manage local forest reserves and also they supervise and manage forests outside the protected areas. We can move to the next. What is the outcome indicator? In this case, we look at how the rights to customary and statutory lands and resources are recognized, respected, and protected by REDD+ policies. And for this to be done, we'll use lease documentation and the issue of leases and titles. We'll see that. So, and this will be undertaken by the district land offices, the Ministry of Lands. We'll look at the Uganda Wildlife Authority, the National Forest Authority, the district land boards. The other one will look at the number of REDD+ licenses issued to beneficiaries. And the REDD+ licenses will give the Ministry of Water and Environment legal rights of access to monitor and manage REDD+ activities. And the next one is to look at the number of deeds of trust registered by Ministry of Water and National Forestry Authority and Wildlife Authority to support communal involvement in REDD+. And then the last one is the legal framework that is in place to ensure that no involuntary relocation takes place without free, prior, and informed consent. Let's move to the next. The fourth requires respect, protection, and fulfillment of access to justice. So the structure indicator, here it looks at whether Uganda has a process framework to serve as a practical tool to guide REDD+ strategy and in handling anticipated issues related to acquisition of land, related to restriction of access to assets and resources in Uganda's forests and wildlife protected areas. So the applicable laws and processes, we have already we've been talking about the Constitution, which defines the laws and regulations. But in this case, we have the feedback and grievance redress mechanism, which is important for implementing the strategy and ensuring that responsible actions are taken in the case of any grievance or in the case of any conflict. Let's move to the next one. So the process indicator finds out about the institutions, as we have said, whether the institutions have the mandate and have procedures and resources to facilitate dispute resolutions. In Uganda, there are local council systems. We have high courts, magistrate courts, sub-county land tribunals. We have Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution. We have the International Center for Arbitration and Dispute and Mediation. We have mediators like religious leaders, political leaders, traditional leaders. We have district officials. We have the police and the environment tribunal. All of these have their mandates to deal with any conflict that may arise. So what is the outcome indicator? In this case, we are looking at, do we have a process outlined for RED plus grievance redress mechanism in place? Is it adopted? Is it implemented to resolve the grievances that may occur? Do we have a way of registering the number of grievances which have been registered and which have been resolved? Do we have a way of having the number of disputes resolved through formal and traditional networks? So this, if the institutions which would be monitoring, looking at how far Uganda has gone, would be looking at what is the process, what are the number of grievances which have been resolved, what are the number of disputes that have been identified and resolved. Yes, we move to the next. Safeguard C, which requires for respect for knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples and members of local communities by taking into account the relevant international obligations, national The first one talk about is the constitution, which defines indigenous peoples as the 53 ethnic groups as of 1926, or February 1st, 1926. But there is also the Red Plus strategy has the indigenous peoples framework, which also defines the term to refer to a forest-dependent indigenous, to refer to forest-dependent indigenous people. And then the Equal Opportunities Act, among its functions, there is ensuring that policies, practices, cultures, usages, and others favor marginalized groups on the basis of sex, race, ethnic group, tribe, religion, economic standing, political opinion, or any other reason created by history, tradition, or custom. So the other one is the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act, which provides for a declaration of community forests as recognition of collective rights to the land under forest management. Then we have the Uganda Wildlife Act, which prescribes the right of community who live around conservation areas. The other international conventions include the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People, which grants indigenous peoples the right to practice and revitalize their cultural traditions and customs, to maintain and protect and develop their past, present, and future manifestation of their cultures. Can move to the next. The process indicator, what are the institutions? The institutions which are relevant in this case, we include the National Forestry Authority, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, NEMA, the Wetlands Departments. All these have relationships, they have mandates, procedures, and they have resources to respect the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. We also have the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and the Uganda Land Commission, which have given guidance on land rights, especially those applicable to indigenous peoples and local communities. During the design of the REDD+ strategy, Uganda identified the different interests of indigenous peoples, including the feedback, grievance and redress mechanism, the benefit sharing arrangement, the strategic environment and social assessment, the environment and social management framework, the National Forest Monitoring System, and all these frameworks are important. They have a provision for the indigenous peoples and local communities. Can move to the next. So when there is an assessment of what the country is doing as far as indigenous peoples and communities is concerned, they will consider likely the stakeholder analysis, that the stakeholder analysis has been completed, and the activities of indigenous communities have been identified and mapped. They will consider the legal framework for effective and timely participation of indigenous people and communities and local communities in the implementation, in the design and implementation. They will consider whether there is a legal framework. They will also consider the number of consultations, awareness and educations of these groups, whether they have participated fully and effectively in the design and implementation of REDD+ activities. They will also look at the REDD+ stakeholder engagement plan, whether it is in place and whether it is being implemented. We can move to the next. So, is there respect and protection of traditional knowledge? What are the legal frameworks, the policies? The Constitution provides that the state is enjoined to promote and preserve those cultural values and practices which enhance the dignity and well-being of Ugandans. The other one is the National Environment Act prescribes integrating traditional knowledge for the conservation of biological diversity with mainstreaming scientific knowledge and for equitable sharing of benefits from the utilization of such knowledge. The other one is the Convention of the Protection and Promotion of Diversity of Cultural Expressions, which requires parties to create in their territory or environment, an environment which encourages individuals and social groups to enjoy their own cultural expressions, paying attention to the needs of women and underprivileged persons and those belonging to minorities and indigenous persons. The other one is the Declaration of Rights of Persons belonging to national, ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities, which requires states like Uganda to take measures in the field of education in order to encourage knowledge of the history, traditions, language, and culture of the minorities existing within their territories. And then there is the East African Community Protocol on Environment and Resources, and then the Kyoto Protocol. We can move to the next. The process, we have institutions like Uganda Wildlife Authority, the National Forest Authority, which prescribe for indigenous and local communities near the parks, near the central forest reserves, to have access to their cultural resources or sites located within the protected areas. The National Environment Management Authority also has issued regulations towards the access of genetic resources and benefit sharing, as we have seen before. Let's move to the next. So the outcome indicator in this case will look at whether REDD+ activities that contribute to conservation of culture and natural heritage sites are documented, mapped, and respected. The other thing is whether there are procedures in place for mapping and registering of customary and statutory land and resource rights where REDD+ activities are being implemented. And then the other one is the proportion of customary and statutory land resources mapped where REDD's activities are implemented. So by establishing this, it will be possible to tell that there is respect and protection of traditional knowledge. Let's look at the next one, which is the last one before we break, I think. Whether there is respect, protection, and fulfillment of rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. What does the law say? The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda provides that minorities have a right to property, customary land, and should participate in decision-making processes, and their views and interests should be taken into account while making national plans and programs. We also have the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of Diversity of Cultural Expressions, which requires that parties create within their territory an environment that encourages individuals, as we have seen. Then we have the Declaration of Rights of Persons belonging to national ethnic groups, which requires that states take measures in the field of education to encourage knowledge about their history, tradition, language, and culture. So all these are related institutions or related laws and conventions. Let's look at the next, which is the process indicator. What are the relevant institutions? The first one is that the district local governments have community development officers, they have agriculture officers, forest officers. All of these are supposed to support the communities as far as REDD+ activity is concerned. We have the Equal Opportunities Commission, which has procedures on how to lodge a complaint and how to arrange for dialogue with all the stakeholders and to discuss how groups, marginalized groups, are being considered by government. The Ministry of Lands prescribes procedures for the issuance of certificates of customary ownership to indigenous peoples and local communities, and also to support communities to obtain these certificates of customary ownership. The Uganda Law Council and Ministry of Lands publish and support indigenous peoples in the land transactions and guidance, and then the Office of Prime Minister sets up departments and resources responsible and resources and units responsible to reach out to the public. So let's look at the last one before lunch. So if we want to see how the rights have been protected and respected and fulfilled, most likely we'll look at the customary and statutory land and resource rights which are recognized. We look at the number of REDD+ licenses issued to indigenous communities, and then the number of deeds of trust registered by Ministry of Water and Environment and the Land Bank to support communal involvement for REDD+ leases. So for now, I think we can stop here, and then we will look at the remaining themes when we come back. Thank you very much.
Yes, it has been quite a long presentation. I had to break, since we are within lunchtime, we have to get to lunch. There is a portion that is remaining to finish this presentation. We shall proceed with it after lunch. But before we go out for lunch, we recognize that we were joined by a number of colleagues whom I think it is just prudent that they introduce themselves. One is Xavier's neighbor. I don't know his names. If we can allow Xavier's neighbor to introduce himself.
I thought I did introduce myself anyway, but again, John Ayonjela Begumana is my name. I represent some of the international NGOs on this forum. Thank you.
And then your neighbor also from Kijani.
My name is Isaac Katumsime, Forest Guard, Kaga District, representing DNRO.
DNRO.
Yes.
From?
Kaga District.
Kagadi District, DNRO. And the gentleman over there.
I'm John Lord Tumsime, NFA Rukunjiri.
And then this gentleman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Patrick Abigaba is my name. I'm the District Forest Officer, Kagadi.
Colleagues, we are happy to receive you to be part of us. And we are now breaking for lunch. Really, time management has been my worst this time. But when we go for lunch, we eat and come back immediately so that we can proceed. We are left with the 1.5 presentations to go through, and then we shall see how to conclude this day. In terms of prayer, I would request the lady from the Batwa. Yes, the Batwa to lead us in the prayer. For lunch.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for this time. I want to thank you for the information that has been shared, oh Lord, that was from your mercy, oh Lord. We pray that you guide us as we go for lunch. Bless the hands that have prepared this lunch. Let it rid our bodies and you build our hearts. And as we come back from lunch, we start off as we glorify your name. I pray this in your name, O Lord.
Colleagues online, we are breaking for lunch. Lunch we will take about 40 minutes. And when we come back, we shall proceed with the program. Thank you. We break for lunch.